Hello everybody. Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Larunas and I will be your presenter tonight. We're really pleased to have you all here for the first time live on VRChat. The Nepherti stream. We're going to be we are going to be having the podcast we're going to be having the podcast here live, right here on twitch.tv/Nepherti. If you want to come on by and watch or hear live in the studio audience, we're going to be doing the 50th episode of the podcast. If you are here on stage, and we would kindly tell the audience for the duration of the podcast to keep your mics muted while we are doing our presentation. And if you seem to log out of VRChat at any point in the stream, if you seem to log out of VRChat, you can always just tune back in onto Twitch. As well, you can also have your text boxes and your emotes, throw out some snowflakes, whatever you see fancy to support our lovely guests that are going to be here today. And also, if you're going to be here on the podcast, once the podcast concluded, the event is not ending. We'll be having opening the floor for a Q&A session, and there will be a live. They will be having a live Q&A session here with the audience that's here with us for today. For those who are joining us, but we will also be taking a few questions. They're live in the chat too, so get your questions ready. I hope you guys are going to be having a fun time. And now, thank you so much for your attention. But without further ado, cool transition.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to episode 50 of the Sweet Talking Podcast. Creating 50 of anything is a pretty big deal and worthy of acknowledgement. Some of us are here because we ourselves were guests. Some of us are here because we enjoyed watching the podcast. Others are here because they've gotten to know the person we'll be interviewing tonight. Her community probably has met me one way or another through a collab that I've shared with her or even in chat during her streams. My name is Miss Rogue. I am honored to have been asked to be the guest host of the OG host that is made this self-made podcast. If we have yet to meet, I am also a content creator here on Twitch that offers a variety of experiences, just like the host herself. But enough about me, let's get down to it. So let's give a big welcome to the creator of the Sweet Talking Podcast herself, Nepherti!
Yeah. Alright. What's up, Rogue? Hello. How's it going?
Hello. Welcome in. Would you like to have a seat? And let's get started.
I think we're gonna have a seat. We're gonna chill. We're gonna have a conversation. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we are. Just like a normal day, you know, we always have good combos.
Absolutely.
So, I want to start with, are you excited? Are you nervous? How are you feeling tonight?
Honestly, I am just kind of waiting for this to kind of all come together. And it's come together really, really nicely. So I've just been really focused on that and just kind of, I want this to be good. And I know that it'll be great. And it's going great so far. So I'm happy about how things are going. But I'm not nervous. No, I'm used to yapping. I'm a professional yapper. It's no biggie for me.
Of course. Right, of course. You're so lucky. I'm nervous. I feel like I'm the nervous one. But This is gonna be a good time. I have a lot of awesome questions that I'd like to ask you, and I'm sure that the audience themselves have wondered one way or another. So yeah, let's get into it. So I definitely want to start with, who is Neph? Who is Nepherti? Can you tell us a little bit about your character's lore and how she's evolved?
Basically, I can't really go too much into my lore, but what I can say is, basically, I'm a content creator. I'm a full-time streamer. That's essentially what I do for a living since the beginning of this year, actually. But I've been streaming for about 2.5 years, as Nepherti. That's been my go-to. That's what I've been doing. And as for the beginning of this year, I got laid off from my job, and I became a full-time streamer essentially from that day forward. And it was just kind of a matter of time. It really was just kind of a matter of time for that to happen. I knew it was coming. It was just a matter of when. But beyond that, I mean, I'm a professional voice talent. I did that before this. I still do voiceover stuff during my streams, of course. But content creator and streamer. And as for like my lore, essentially, I wanted to just have something that was very kind of representative of me and the kind of community that I want to build. And so I'm kind of rough around the edges. You know, I'm from the no, it's no secret that I'm from the New Jersey, New York area. That's no secret. You know.
Yeah,
That's
the
just,
accent.
yeah.
Sometimes it comes out. Yeah, no.
It does. You know, once in a while it comes out. You know, it is what it is. You know, it's just how it goes. But yeah, like that's no secret. So I leaned into that, and I like the biker vibe. But it's not just the biker portion, the biker queen portion. It's the legendary biker queen. So I haven't really shown the legendary portion yet, because that's like secret lore. Because I've kind of leaned more into the biker queen portion of it, because that just seems a lot more feasible for me right now. And
Sure.
it just kind of came together in that way. So that's really kind of where I'm at right now.
Awesome. Well, I know you just said you don't want to give too much info about your lore. You're kind of manifesting that and getting, I'm sure, secret projects put down together. But could you give us just a little taste, a little hint of how you became the leader of the biker gang? Just a little nibble, you know, to pique our interest.
Well, basically how it goes is essentially you know, like who I am. Like I basically was like I kind of joke that I'm like ex-Yakuza. I kind of joke about that. But essentially that's like what's going on. You know, like ex biker, ex being involved in gang activity. But I decided to get my life together. I wanted to do something that was a little bit less troublesome, I guess you could say. But I was really good at what I was doing. But I got a traditional job. But basically I became bored. And I wanted to I wanted to try something more exciting. So I got involved in some I was curious about the occult, so I kind of got involved in that, and it just so happens that basically, if I want to be like just without giving too much away, basically I was involved in biker activity, involved in gang activity, but I got my life in order. But essentially, when I decided to become a streamer, a VTuber, whatever you want to call me. That I kind of leaned into that as a means to kind of motivate people, bring in like people who are who don't really have much confidence in themselves, to hopefully inspire people to be more confident in themselves, just like I was when I was a part of the biker gang. So I essentially recreated a biker gang. I call it a tribe. I don't like the term gang; it has very negative connotations. So I chose tribe instead. And by doing so, essentially, I'm like creating a biker tribe that is meant to do good. It's meant to inspire people and to help people and to defend those who can't defend themselves. So used to be doing bad shit, but now I do good shit as a tribe. So it's kind of like how the Yakuza functions, like in Japan. Like they have a bad reputation, but they also help the people. So it's kind of in that vein.
A lot of parallels. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of also sounds like, from what I know of you off stream as well, that you have a lot of parallels not only with, what's going on in Japan with the Yakuza, but also with your own personality, the streamer behind the persona, so that's awesome. You want to do a lot of good. And with that being said, I'm very curious, what got you into streaming? What started your streaming career and how has it evolved over time?
Well, it just seemed to be a good direction to take because I come from an acting background. I've essentially been something of a performer my entire life. Basically, I've been involved in performance. I was involved in a play when I was in I was in a second grade play when I was in first grade. So I've been essentially like on stage for most of my life. Most of my parents, my father is a composer and singer. He was doing that a lot more earlier in life, but these days he's kind of like settled down. But he was involved in performance himself. His father was involved in singing and that sort of thing, involved in music in general. So it just seemed natural to kind of gravitate towards that sort of thing. But I've always just been interested in. I've been more academically inclined, but I've always just kind of aimed to be well-rounded. I'm academically inclined. I'm a gamer. I have a good I have a good ear for music. And I've always just kind of been learning new things creatively, and I guess just academically in general. So basically, I got into streaming because it's a nice melding of all of those ideas. I get to be creative. I get to use my business sense that I've gained over the years. I get to entertain people as both, I don't really do much singing because I'm not very good at it, to be honest. I guess I wouldn't say I used to be good at it, but I used to be a little bit more comfortable doing it in front of people, which I've sang in front of people like multiple times. Like I've been a public performer for a long time. But I don't really do that. I don't really do that much these days because I just don't think that I don't think I found my personal sound yet. So, I'm kind of like working towards, maybe leaning more towards singing a little bit more these days. But mostly, I know how to dance. I know how to act. So I'm still just like a double threat right now. What they call in the show business, they call it like you want to be a triple threat. You want to be able to dance, you want to be able to sing, and you want to be able to act. I have two of the three, in my estimation. So,
You also have the good looks, so you might have all three already. You might have all three already, in my opinion.
Oh, please.
But like,
Oh,
that's really cool and interesting to hear that, you have not only background in entertainment, but like it runs deeper than that. Your family also had background in entertainment, and that's so crazy to me because again, we have so many things in common. Every time we talk, we have so many things in common. I also have that as well.
Yeah.
So that kind of piques my interest a little bit. What got you into gaming? Like let's walk down memory lane. How did you get into the gaming scene or just being interested in being a gamer?
I've been gaming since I could hold a controller. I've basically been gaming since I was a kid. That was just par for the course. It was entertainment. It was fun. So I basically just got into gaming because it was just the thing that kids do. So basically, that's really what I did. I mean, there's not much story about that. Again, most kids get different. I want to say consoles. I was a console gamer. Wasn't really much into PC at the time. Didn't really understand PCs. The idea of a console being hooked up to the internet was just like what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It was super weird to like encounter that sort of thing when that first became a thing. But yeah, I've just been gaming since I could, and I've just been my tastes have evolved over time. I used to be very much into Mario games. Was introduced to Nintendo back in the day, and then Sega consoles. I got into Sonic the Hedgehog. So I was still doing I was very much into platformers, but I was always trying to see how fast I could do things. Like I've beaten Sonic 3 so many times. Like I actually timed myself. I did like a speed run of Sonic 3, and I beat the game with all the Chaos Emeralds in like 25-30 minutes. Because I just knew the
Ooh,
game
dang.
so much. But that's like the only time I've ever done like speedrun type thing. But yeah, I've been gaming since forever, and obviously my tastes have just changed as I've gotten older. So that's kind of what it boils down to.
It'd be really fun to see you do like a stream where maybe that Sonic game that you've beaten in 20 to 30 minutes, you just try to see if you can beat your own record or, do more speed runs. That would be really, really fun. Do you remember like what game you first like started playing on, or what your favorite game was when you were growing up?
My favorite game of all time. I guess I wouldn't say of all time. I suppose I just say when I was growing up. My favorite game when I was growing up was it was a low-key Sega Saturn game. Sega Saturn wasn't very popular in the West. But my favorite game was it's a strategy RPG called Shining Force 3. The Shining Force series wasn't very popular in the West. It did not gain much traction, unfortunately. It should have, but it didn't. Because Sega was just very, very they had their ideas of what would be successful in the West. They had their own ideas of what that looked like, and so they just didn't distribute it over in the West. But essentially, Shining Force 3 was a strategy RPG game for the Sega Saturn. I loved it. It really kind of cemented my desire and my interest in character development and the RPG genre. I used to see games. I used to when I was in high school, I used to see kids have other people that I knew. They used to have like the more modern day RPGs, like from PlayStation, like the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1 days. And I heard about Final Fantasy 7 and Chrono Cross, those very distinct classics. And I knew about them, but I wasn't able to afford them, so I just kind of had my little game. But I really loved the RPG genre when I was a kid. When I was introduced to it, I really kind of settled with me. I really haven't gotten away from that ever since.
That's awesome. Wow. You're pretty much an OG when it comes to video gaming, honestly, and that's really cool to hear.
Yeah.
I want to shift gears just a little bit. You do a lot of VR chat content. You have been evolving it over time, and it's been really cool as a viewer to kind of see that. And I know from time to time you have kind of let us know that you've become very ingrained into like the VR scene. So, what got you into VR?
Well, I noticed that there was kind of I would say there was growth in the scene of VR chat. And well, actually not even VR chat, I would say more so with just VR in general. I was very curious about the platform, and so I wanted to give it a try. I've always been behind on technology, like ever since I was a kid. I didn't really have the greatest computer. I didn't have the more modern day consoles. I was always lagging behind when it came to console. Or just technology in general. So, I was doing pretty well financially when I was working my job that I was at for 5 years previously. I was doing pretty well with it, and so I'm like, I've always been behind on technology, and Valve, Steam has this Valve Index headset. Why don't I go ahead and just invest into my future in this way? Because what could it hurt? Because I've always been behind. I'm doing pretty well now. It's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna break my bank. I'll be all right. So I got it. I just drew down the $1,000. Got myself the 2 base stations, 2 controllers, and the headset, which I'm still using to this day. That was it's 2 years and change ago. When I
Mhm.
did that, I bought my index. It was pretty sure it was April 2022 that I got
Mhm.
my headset, and it took me a month to actually set aside time and actually kind of like approach this very like unknown piece of tech that I'd spent $1,000 on, and to actually like approach it and see like how it all works, like how does it function, what do I need to learn. And so that's basically what got me into VRChat just was like, it was a free game. The headset came with Half-Life Alyx, which I still haven't played. I heard it's really great. Still haven't played it, but it came with the headset.
Maybe you should give it a
But
try.
at some point, I will. But like we'll get there when we get there. But beyond that, I wanted to just check it out. And VR chat seemed to be something that a friend of mine at the time was into. And I was curious about it. So I'm like, okay, let me see what this VR chat thing is. And
Chat.
yeah, welcome to VR chat. Like hop into VR chat. All the memes. So
Right.
there's many connotations to hopping into VR chat, but we won't get in. Maybe we'll get into that later, but we won't get into that
We'll get
right
into
now.
that.
Yeah,
And the
but
after party, maybe.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, I gave it a try. I was immediately just enthralled with the technology. And I was just like, I'm like, this is fucking amazing. This is crazy, amazing technology. And the fact, I didn't quite understand VR chat when I first got into it. But
Mhm.
once I got myself an avatar, and with the help of my friend at the time, they helped me kind of sort that out. We went to a public instance. It was the first world I ever went to, aside from the one where I landed in first, which was the home world of my friend at the time. The first world that I went to was, ironically, it was the drinking. It was like the drinking bar. The drinking bar. I keep forgetting the name of it. It's a very classic VR chat world. I forget the name of it. It was like the drinking. It's not the drinking pub. It always has a blue logo. It's a blue logo. You guys know. You guys know what I'm talking about.
I think I
You know
know
what I'm
which one you're
about.
talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've all
Yeah.
been there before.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very popular world to go to for drinking, for sure. And I went there. I met some people. Made a friend or two, and it was just really, really funny. Like, people were just really funny, very welcoming. I'm very chill, and it was good. I enjoyed it a lot, and that was kind of the start of my exploration into VR chat. And it was very slow. It was very, very. I didn't immediately just spend. I wasn't sleeping in VR chat the next time. No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
But I was enthralled with it. I'm like, there's so much potential here. And the more time that I spent, which again, very, very, only like a couple of hours. It's only a couple of hours at first. It just revved up as I continued to stream more and do all that. But at first, it was very, 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 very slow, very, very slow. And I got into VR chat maybe once, maybe twice a week, and I think it was maybe even once a week at that time.
Mhm.
And whenever I got in, it was just like, oh, well, let me see what else I can figure out. What else can I explore? And yeah, that's kind of how I got into VR chat. Basically, just I was introduced to it. I immediately saw its potential, and I immediately started kind of just digging around, exploring the possibilities. And things start off really, really slow at first, and then the more you learn, the more the world just kind of opens up to you, and you meet more people, and you learn new things, and yeah, it's great.
Cool. Oh, that's really awesome. I want to ask, did you ever start off as a PC user, or did you just hop straight into VR with a headset and everything?
Straight into VR. I was never desktop.
Okay.
Never desktop.
Have you ever used desktop, or are you just strictly headset only?
I only use desktop if I'm testing something, which isn't very common because I'm not still not into avatar creation yet, nor am I a world creator. So only when I'm testing something will I use desktop, or if I'm hopping into VRChat really, really quickly, just to take care of something very quick, or to maybe even like do even like world exploration. To like researching for the like you guys know like I do a lot of I have to research what worlds I go to beforehand. I typically do that. I think that's just good to do. It's good to do that to decide what worlds I want to use for future podcast episodes. So I'll use desktop to maybe do that real quick. If I'm not already in VR chat, but beyond that, I'm generally in my headset all the time.
Okay. So, since the beginning of the time you were in VR chat, one of the biggest worlds that struck your fancy was the 18 drinking world. The drinking, I forget the name already. I know someone said it in the crowd, but I forget the name already.
Yeah.
What is your favorite VR memory, and what is your favorite VR world? There are so many. And speaking of VR, I'm gonna politely also fix my tracking. We love doing that, but she's like having issues right now. So while you're talking, I will be listening, and I also be fixing my tracking. So carry on. I'm listening.
Yeah, the thing about VR chat is that technology always fucks. It can always be really fucky sometimes. You can't help what's going to happen. It can be very, very finicky sometimes for sure. But yeah. Beyond that, basically, I have been my most memorable memory in VR chat. I would say, what comes to mind? I would say it would be something along the lines of, I guess it would be. I don't know. Like there are a lot of I've been in VR chat for 2.5 years. So like there's a lot that's happened. But if I had to kind of pin down one particular memory, that kind of sticks out for me, I guess it would be, I guess maybe the first time I went to a rave in VR chat, I suppose.
Okay.
The first time that I discovered Sada Rave. That was like first thing very much being able to go to that and see and experience just live music from a DJ, that really, I mean, my eyes had already been opened in a few ways up to that point, but it was just it was really, really cool. I used to stream rave events back when I didn't know what the hell I was doing with my VR chat content. I used to go to those events and just kind of vibe and dance the music and all that, or way back when. But yeah, just going to that and just kind of experiencing that was really, really it was really crazy, and in a good way. And it really just kind of let me know just the level of creativity that exists on this platform. And I had already kind of seen that, but just see it in another light, that it was possible for people to DJ, what Charles is doing right now, for us. Just being able to do that on this platform was just mind blowing for me, and it was just really, really great experience. And I met a couple of people there, and that was really, really good. So you asked what was my most memorable moment, I guess, in VR chat. I mean, of course I've had a lot of memorable moments, but just going back to the classics, you gotta give people credit where credit is due, shout out to DJ Redacted,
Yeah.
So I really appreciate those early experiences, and they really matter to me, really important to me. They were very formative in a lot of ways. So yeah, what was the other question?
What are some of the worlds that have deeply resonated with you? If you can't come up with just one off the spot, what are some example worlds that maybe some people in the crowd or on Twitch here can have a look at and kind of get to know you on a deeper level?
Well, I mean, I've always been, my homeworlds have always been something that have been very, like, I've been very kind of, like, I've changed up homeworlds frequently. I'm not a world explorer. And, there are various categorizations when it comes to people who engage with VR chat. There, you have world explorers, you have DJs, you have avatar creators, um, you have event curators. You have mutes, you have talkers. It's a whole slew of different kinds of people that exist on this platform, and they're all kind of categorized in a very unique way. But for me, I've always just really enjoyed cozy worlds, which is ironic, because I'm not a very cozy person, I don't think. I mean, I can be, but generally
Oh no,
speaking.
you're cozy. You're cozy. Stop.
No, no, no.
Yes, yes, yes.
But yeah, like my home world has always been like to like your first like the world that you hop into when you first log in. That's always been very important to me. So
Mhm.
I'll just say like my favorite world right now has been Cozy Calm by Sam and Camille.
Good
That's been my
choice.
home world. Yeah, that's been my home world since its inception. When it came out. I think it came out maybe like 2 or 3 months ago. But like day one, when that world came out, I was on it. I'm like, yeah, this is a fantastically designed world. It had everything that I needed and wanted. In a home world. But I've had a lot of home worlds over the years. But yeah,
Mhm.
basically, yeah, Cozy Calm has been a big one for me. Sam recently made a world called Hearthwood. Like Sam's worlds are
Right.
very very they're very popular with streamers. So like regardless of me talking about it or not, I know streamers are gonna find it. It doesn't matter. Like I've seen a ton of streamers use Cozy Calm. It's whatever. I've
Right.
done so much content creation in that world. It's whatever. It's a very popular world. It's very very nice. And I know
Right.
the same will happen with Hearthwood as well. I know there'll be a ton of streamers using that world over the course of the holiday season. It's good. It's just quality world. It's a nice space, and I enjoy it a lot. Um, but beyond that, like I very much like I don't have like specific type of worlds that I like to go to. I go to where the people are. Obviously there's Popcorn Palace. There's Illumination Media. I spend a lot of time in like media worlds, because I'm hanging out there, we'll say.
Mhm.
And yeah, I just kind of go to where the people are. Either it's an event to support a friend, or on cozy worlds, kind of just kind of wind down and relax, or go somewhere to just kind of chill and just be by myself, because I'm by myself quite a lot. So
Yeah,
yeah.
there's nothing wrong with doing that. Honestly, I feel like it's it's a very good it's very good if you can keep yourself company. Not a lot of people can do that. But I want to
True.
kind of like dig into how did you start doing like what sparked the podcast? Did you just come into VR? You met a bunch of really cool people from all over the world because we've all made friends from every time zone known to man at this point, right? So, what sparked that want to create something like this to get to the point that we are here today?
So basically, I wanted to create something different. I didn't want to be like everyone
Mm-hmm.
else. You know, there's nothing wrong with vibing. There's nothing wrong with booty shaking. Everyone has their own style of VR chat content. There's nothing wrong with just sitting around and talking with your chat. There's nothing wrong with any of that. However, I wanted to do something that was a little bit more avant-garde, and
Right.
I met so many interesting people, so many creative people on this platform, that it just doing a podcast seemed to be a great way to highlight the people who are being creative on this platform, the people who are experiencing VR chat. I think there's a lot of criticism about VR chat as a platform. It's not safe for kids, which it isn't. But we're getting there. Age verification, am I right? Hell yeah, age verification. Poggers, I'm happy about that. That's coming down the line. It's coming very soon. I'm very excited about that. However, you know, VRChat, people have their own viewpoints of VRChat. It's like, oh, do you know the way? You know, that people just know like the echidna, like Knuckles memes and shit. Like that's all people know about VRChat. I wanted to show people that like VRChat is much more than the memes and the criticisms and all that. There are some really, really wonderful, creative, awesome as fuck people on this platform that deserve to be highlighted and to be shown, to kind of represent what VRChat is. You know, the people who stream, people who don't stream, people who create events, people who create avatars, people who create worlds. I wanted to cover the whole gambit, and it just made sense. Just made sense to kind of, you know, highlight these people. And obviously, you know, every project has its humble beginnings. You never know where things are going to go, how things are going to turn out. I had a lot of my friends at the time. A lot of them were more than willing to help me out to get this off the ground. And as I met more people, I was able to kind of gain more legitimacy. Because that's something I wanted to do. I didn't want to just start the podcast and be like, hey, let me bring on Tupper for episode 3. I have no legitimacy
that
whatsoever.
would be crazy. That would be crazy if you were able to pull something off like that. But no, yeah.
I mean,
that.
for what it's worth, there's another person who does a podcast who actually did get Tupper on like very, very early on in their podcast. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I'm not throwing any shade. All I'm saying is, I wanted to have legitimacy. I wanted to build a reputation of actually being the kind of interviewer that can actually talk to people. And I think it's very important because I think, you know, when people think podcasts, they think, oh, this is just going to be like a 30-minute thing. Or it's going to be, oh, maybe at most an hour. But no, like, you know, I listen to people like Joe Rogan, you know, say what you want about the guy. I listen to Joe Rogan, you know, Jordan Peterson, blah, blah, blah. You know, there are many people who've had a podcast, you know, call it what you like. You know, there are many people who've done podcasts. Lex Friedman is another one too. Lex Friedman is he's a tech guy. He's an IT guy. And like he has his own podcast. So like, you know, I listen to all these very, you know, well-known figures that have these podcasts, and like I don't believe you can have a legitimate conversation and like you can actually get to know somebody in like 45 minutes. Obviously, you can size people up really quickly, and like, you know, you can understand them and figure and get a sense of what they're about, but you can't really like understand a person with like a short form kind of conversation. I want to have like a legitimate conversation where it's free form, where you can just talk to each other and it doesn't feel rushed. And that's the kind of podcast that I wanted to do. And I basically have been, you know, refining my procedure, my approach, the topics that I talk about, and I've been refining it since the very beginning. I'm just constantly refining until we got to this point, to where we are now. And yeah. I just wanted to really highlight people who are my friends, and even people who aren't my friends, just people who are doing really cool shit in VRChat, and that's really what I wanted it to be all about.
Freaking awesome. How do you see it like evolving in the future? Are you planning on doing like a different style of podcast, or are you planning on continuing to meet new people, find different gems that may not otherwise have been highlighted, and kind of giving them a little bit of highlight and closer look at who they are as a person?
Well, I'm always gonna keep looking for people.
Yeah,
I'm always
right.
I'm that never the hunt never stops. There are always interesting people on this platform. Like you're gonna find interesting people every day because there are millions of people in the world, and VRChat is growing exponentially. Like especially like with like all the events that they do, as VRChat continues to get age verification and make improvements to the platform, and just, you know, as the platform grows, more people will come to the platform. There will always be fascinating people to interview, so I'm not worried about that. So yeah, I'll always be doing that. But I do think that if I'm going to change anything, maybe. But I think I have a pretty good formula. I think my formula works pretty well. I have certain questions that I ask my guests, that I ask across the board, and then I do my research into the person typically to be able to focus on questions that are specifically geared towards what they do individually. Even if they don't do anything, I just can gear my questions more so to what they do, what they care about, and just kind of go from there. But I think the formula of being able to talk to people and have legitimate conversations with people, I don't think that's something that needs to change. Of course, I'll continue to refine. I've refined, camera work. I've messed around with different camera angles. As technology continues to evolve in the VRChat space, I'll continue to improve on that and adopt new technologies if I can. But beyond like the actual podcast as a whole, I think what I do is pretty good. And like I said, it's not something you're gonna find anywhere else on the platform. And at the end of the day, my goal is to stand out. And honestly, I think the podcast is a great way to do so, and I've done it, and we got up to episode 50, not just because I did it. It's because of all the people who are willing to come on the podcast. Because no one had to be on my podcast. None of these people had to be on my podcast. But they're willing to give me a chance and allow me to essentially collaborate with them in that way. So I'm very grateful to everyone who's given me a chance to interview them, to talk to them, to highlight them, and to just to kind of grow this content that I've been building on this platform. Because I think what I'm building is pretty interesting and very, very different from what you normally see when you tune into a VR chat stream, and that was the point.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And I think it's kind of funny, like, because I know we've talked about, like, how you've said in the past, like, you tend to stream alone. I do the same as well. But you don't tend to collab a lot.
I didn't always do
like,
that.
Technically, you are collabing. Like, you've done 50 plus collabs within the past 2 years. That's freaking awesome. So that's really cool.
It doesn't feel that way.
Started off as something small, and you've graduated to this point, and honestly, I'm excited to see where it'll go from here. But there is a point that you also just said, that there are certain questions that you ask every guest that you have on your show, that I actually think is fair to ask you as well. So like, what's the tea, girl? How's that love life? Do we have a love life? What's going on?
Oh, we're gonna jump into that already? Well, we're already there.
We're jumping in.
Okay.
Hey, I want to know.
Hey, this is your show. This is your show. You're running the show here, not me. So if we're jumping into it right now, okay, cool. We're gonna reel in the viewers talking about my love life.
Reel them in. Get them in.
You're here. You came for the Nep. You stay for the love life talk. All right. So
exactly.
Yeah, so basically, I'm single, and I like it that way. It's honestly a distraction to be in a relationship with somebody, and I'm not against being in a relationship with anybody, but yeah, I'm single. I haven't always been single, but I'm single right now, so that's kind of where it stands.
Right. So even if you're single right now, what are some qualities that you look for in a person that makes you want to eventually become a part of their life, or have them become part of your life in that way?
Well, I mean, honestly, I need someone who isn't boring. Don't be boring, please. Be interesting.
Right.
Honestly, like people who have goals. People who are aspiring towards something, people who are very much, inclined to be aiming towards something, and also people who have some level of intelligence, some modicum of critical thinking. I need someone who I can talk to about big ideas. I don't want to be like, so yeah, I really enjoy this idea of like, time and space, really, like, the fourth and fifth dimension. Those are really, really cool concepts, and I'm super, super interested in those ideas, and I think they're really, really cool. But like, what do you think about, the idea of time and space and how that kind of correlates with the idea of like movement and things of that nature? I don't want them to be like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that would be very dry. Very dry indeed.
Or like yeah, smiling and nodding, yeah, okay, yeah. Like nothing to contribute.
Right.
I that to me is like the epitome of boring. So like I want to be able to watch a movie with a person, be able to talk about the movie. I want to go into
Right.
detail about the things that were acknowledged and seen, and maybe themes that were covered. Because I have writing experience. I've written a number of short stories. I used to do a little bit of writing back in the day. But yeah, like I'm a very creative person, and I'm a very thoughtful person. So basically someone who has intelligence, someone who has goals, someone who is very much who is thought provoking, and someone who isn't, obviously, I think everyone has feelings. Everyone has feelings. Everyone
Right.
everyone has a level of what they can handle, what they can't handle. But honestly, I don't want to be with anybody who is incapable of expressing their thoughts and feelings. I don't enjoy people who have this tendency to keep things to themselves because they think they'll be a burden, or that they think that that I'm not going to understand. Or like if they have a problem with me, they'll keep it to themselves. And then it'll just
Right.
fester and fester and fester until it becomes this big deal. I hate that. I don't want to be with anyone who has that kind of tendency to do that sort of thing. So
Right.
people who are mature enough to acknowledge the fact that they have emotions and that they have feelings, and if for whatever reason, somehow, some way, I end up hurting their feelings, I want them to be able to communicate that to me. Because if they can't communicate that to me, then nothing gets done. We don't progress. We continue to be in this limbo of me wondering, like, is there something wrong? Because regardless of me being rough around the edges, regardless of me being the biker queen, the legendary biker queen, regardless of that, I have a very good sense of people.
Right.
I can read people very, very well, and I have a very good sense of people. So people who maybe have a problem with me, I can sense that pretty quickly, even in VR chat. I have a very good. I can hear it in people's voices if they have a problem with me. It's very, very apparent. Sometimes I'm wrong, but I would say 7 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times, I'm pretty much right. I'm pretty much on the money. So I'm very, very
Right.
good at reading people. So if anyone has a problem with me, I want them to communicate that to me. So obviously, communication. Very important.
Communication. Right.
Very
No, for
important.
sure.
Yeah.
It's
So,
I
yeah.
know it sounds like such a simple thing, but like it's hard to do. It's hard to master how to communicate. And if you find someone who is willing to actually like try and work on it, that makes things a little easier to actually work through problems or whatever arises, honestly, in life, because life is crazy. Life is really crazy. But cool, thanks. Haha, gotcha.
Yeah, now you have all
I do wanna...
now you have all the information you need.
Now I have
Not
all
that
the
you need that information,
Exactly.
because
Right.
you're good. You're good. You don't need that. But for everyone else,
Hey,
you can
now
do
you guys
whatever
know.
you want with
Now
that
you guys know.
information, I guess. Yeah.
Right. So, I want to get back to, how your streaming is evolved. What are your plans for next year? Like, what are some little tidbits that you can share with us that's not revealing too much or spoiling anything? But what are your future goals for not only your streaming, but also your community?
Well, I can't go into too much detail because that is actually content for next week. I'm actually doing a stream that's covering the things that I want to do for next year. So I don't want to reveal too much already. But if I
Fair.
can reveal like any little bit of that,
Mhm.
my goal is really to just continue to, I guess I'll talk about this real quick. I have essentially more than doubled my
That's awesome.
my follower count from the end of last year to this year.
Congratulations.
So I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but there's been just significant growth in my community that I'm incredibly grateful for. I'm very, very lucky, and I'm very fortunate to have found really, really great people. There are so many people like yourself who have been supportive of me. Super, super lucky, super, super thankful grateful for that. I know I could just take all the credit for it, but I don't, because I have a lot of streamer friends who've been very, very supportive, like rating me, telling people to go check me out. There's been a lot of support within the VRChat community of the people that I know and streamers who I've associated with, people who I've interviewed. Of course, even more than that, it's super, 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 super cool. I'm very, very grateful for them to have had my back and to truly believe in what I'm doing. So I'm very, very grateful for that. But beyond that, it's just really, really exciting to see like how things have improved. Like even on my YouTube channel, is also, I would say, more than doubled in terms of people who have subscribed over there too. And all I mainly do on my YouTube channel is I restream. I mean, I multi-stream on YouTube, so it's largely my streams that I do there and the shorts that I put out. It's very rare that I put out like an actual like full length actual video content. It's either shorts or my streams, and people have really enjoyed what they see there, and they've really enjoyed that. So I'm really, very grateful, for people who found my content interesting over there too. But for the most part, I focus mainly on Twitch, but YouTube is important to me too. But largely speaking, my goal for next year is to just continue to evolve. I think the problem that many streamers come in contact with is this idea of failing to evolve their content. They find a formula and they stick with that formula, and they do it constantly, consistently, without changing anything. And once in a while, that works. Like if you're an OG, I think you're pretty much set in stone. If you're an OG and you basically kind of defined the space, defined the genre, defined the presentation of streaming for yourself, especially VRChat content, then do it all day. Do it all day, every day. Like you're the OG. There are a couple of OGs I can think of right now that are in the VRChat space. But you do you. But I think for those of us who are newer to the space, it's very, very hard to break in unless you kind of just do what the meta demands of you. And again, like I was saying before, the whole point that I wanted to do the podcast for is to show people that I don't simply rely on the meta. And I'm not going to say what the meta is. Those of us who are VRChat streamers, we all know what the meta is. I'm not going to spell that out for you. Unless you ask me to spell it out for you, but I'm not going to spell it out for you otherwise. But like basically speaking, I want it to be different. I want it to go beyond, and just be the kind of person that is always evolving her content and always trying to do something unique and different. So that's really my goal. Continue to push the boundaries of the content that I'm creating, continue to support my community in a significant way so that they feel seen, they feel acknowledged, and they feel appreciated. To use the generosity of many people in my community to hopefully make strides to evolve what I'm doing and to be even more. To be even more than what I already am, to surprise them, to dazzle them, to entertain them, and to just do that, to do what I've already been doing, but maybe add on maybe one or two additional like little dots to this constellation, I'm trying to map out as a streamer. So there are a couple of new constellations that I'll be adding next year, and a couple of goals that I'm aiming for, but it's really all possible due to the support of my fellow streamers and also my community, who have been incredibly generous and very, 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 very supportive of what I do. And I'm exceedingly grateful to both parties. And I just hope to continue to do that and to inspire them to be cool, be badass, and just enjoy the content that I'm making. Or collabs next
100
year, maybe,
more
potentially.
collabs within the next 2 years. God, that'd be so much. So much. Oh my goodness, not even I could do that. But I mean, hey, you've done 50 plus, so you're kind of we're more than halfway there.
Over the course of 2 years. Over the course of 2 years.
That's honestly more than a lot of streamers who you've only been streaming for about 2 years, right? Give or take.
2.5, yeah.
And you've done plus, probably closer to like 60 or 70. I don't know. You've done a lot. So don't shoot yourself down. Toot your horn. This is the time to toot your horn as long as you fucking want, as loud as you want, for sure.
Oh, don't worry. My ego will come out soon enough. Don't you worry.
Great. There is one thing that I know about, but I think people who are new here, who have just popping in for the first time, I think you've talked about this with your community a little bit. Aurora Space. Could you give us a little bit more insight on what Aurora Space is?
Okay, Aurora Scape.
Scape.
Yeah.
My bad. Aurora
Yeah,
Scape.
No worries. No worries. Aurora Scape is basically just simply put, it's just the name of my community. I wanted a name that kind of encapsulated the idea of what I'm trying to build. I think auroras are very beautiful, and I think they're very captivating. But I like the idea of there just being a whole different colors. There are various colors that make up an aurora, and so that the colors really represent the kinds of people in my community. It's very diverse, the kinds of people who are in my community, and I think that's a beautiful thing. And so Aurora basically kind of encapsulates the idea of like the variety and diversity of people. The scape aspect is basically touches on the idea of there being room to expand. When you think of a landscape, it's a large view. It's a wide scale view of like a bigger picture, and so I wanted to kind of encapsulate the idea of continuous growth. That it's a community of people in which we're growing together and we're building something. This isn't just a flat plane of land. We're building an empire. We're building something great. We're building something important that will hopefully last a long time. And I can't do that alone. So it's meant to really just encapsulate that idea of like something that we're building together. And I can only hope that the people who are involved in what I'm doing will actually, be willing to come with me on this journey and be willing to be a part of this empire that I'm trying to build.
Heck yeah. I know there is some Japanese in your About Me on your page, and in the past you have conversed with some people in chat who do know Japanese, and you've even done so yourself unprompted. How did you learn Japanese? Can you give us some insight on that?
Sure. I love anime.
Let's go. There we go. End it. We did
I'm
it.
a
She
weeb.
loves anime. Right.
Well, I mean, I used to be. I'm not so much of a weep these days. But but yeah, basically, when I was younger, I was into anime. I was introduced to it. I was fucking blew my mind. And I guess I was formally introduced to subtitled anime. I should say subs. I was introduced to subs.
Okay.
So basically, I'd always just seen, Dragon Ball Z, on TV or whatever back in the day. So, it was nice. It was cool. But being exposed to something that was kind of beyond the mainstream was really fascinating for me. And as someone who, and also I was introduced to subtitled anime around the same time that I realized that voice acting was an actual job that people do and get hired for. And so with those two ideas in mind, I'm like, well, I'm going to just scoot on by. I'm going to get my Easy A in Spanish, and then when I get to college, I'll just study Japanese for all 4 years. And that's what I did. That's what I did. I made sure that I could have a Japanese class, and I went there, went to school, studied for 4 years. I also studied abroad in Osaka Prefecture, Hirakatashi, the city of Hirakata. I was there for 4 years, and I also for the last week that I was in Japan, I traveled to what was it? To Tokyo, and I stayed in that general area, where in the area of like Shinjuku, Akihabara, Harajuku. Like basically, I was within reach of all of these very key places that people hear about. When you watch anime, you hear about all these legendary places that they know that anime fans go to. And I was there for a week, and I was there with a couple of people that I met along the way during my time in Japan. and basically I learned Japanese by studying it. I didn't learn it from watching anime. I didn't learn it from, I didn't learn it entirely from using Duolingo. I basically studied it in college. And while I was in Japan for those 4 months, I didn't do much of anything other than study Japanese, which was kind of a mistake. What I should have done was had more fun, should have socialized more. But back then I wasn't very sociable. I wasn't very socially inclined. I didn't like, to me it was just like, I was very kind of single-minded. I'm like, I'm never gonna see any of these people ever again. This is a very short period of time. I'm never gonna see any of them again, so why should I bother being friends with them? And also, I was also very very scholastically oriented. So I'm like, well, I'm here in Japan. Let me just study the language and really, really dig in on the language. So by the time I left Japan, on the plus side, by the time I left Japan, I felt very comfortable. I was in Tokyo talking to store clerks in Japanese, asking them questions, and I felt very comfortable just going into these spaces by myself and just being chill, talking Japanese very, very naturally. And when I came back to America, I felt like an outsider when I came back to America, because I'm like, Americans are fucking rude. Fucking terrible people.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's like I had culture shock coming back to America. I didn't have culture shock going to Japan. I had culture shock coming back.
Really?
But yeah. And so I was fine going there, because I have a lot of Japanese sensibilities just naturally, for whatever reason. I'm a very formal, very respectful person. I'm a very considerate person. And I mind my own business. And these are like general traits that many Japanese people share in their culture. So I was very, very easily assimilated into Japanese culture. And even native Japanese people, adult guys, like adult people in Japan, said that they think that I was very, very Japanese. And that was meant to be like a compliment, I would say. And I wasn't trying to be that way. I just am.
That's just who
that
you
way.
are. Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah, so, but yeah, on the plus side, I felt very comfortable speaking Japanese when I came back to America. And obviously everyone speaks English here, so I don't really get to use it very often. On the negative side, I spent all my time studying the language while I was there, only to find out that none of my credits carried over to my college in America. So basically, that semester in college was a big fat 0. No credits.
What?
No grades. That entire semester was just a big fat 0, which obviously tanked my GPA. So that sucked. That was terrible.
The heck? Yeah, what the heck?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was gonna happen. But that wasn't very pleasing to hear about.
At least you came out of it with knowing Japanese. That's a flex.
Yeah. At least I got my useless minor in Japanese language. Completely useless. Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that you're saying that when you went to Japan, you didn't have any sort of culture shock. Like, are you sure about that? Because like I went to Japan as well, and although yes, I'm very respectful, just like yourself, and quiet, and I keep to myself, and honestly, that's kind of like the mentality over there, is. But like, I think one of the biggest things that like really shook me was how clean it was. Like, I know that's such a simple thing to like say you're shocked over, but like, it was really clean, and everyone was so mindful of like just their surroundings and keeping things like neatly and orderly. Like, did you have any like thoughts on that, or were you just, I'm here to study Japanese, that is all that I need to think about right now, and those things kind of just went over your head a little bit, or maybe you didn't see them as something, to be shocked over? That can happen too.
Yeah, I didn't see it as anything to be shocked over. I was just like, wow. I like the fact that it's actually clean here, because I come from the ghetto, so I'm used to just seeing trash all over the place. Yeah,
right,
I mean that
right.
yeah, Yeah, that didn't shock me at all. I was just like, yeah, this is. I'm like, this is great. I was like, this is a great thing. I wish every country was like this. But yeah,
Right?
it's America. I mean, I'm not gonna say America is trash. 'Cause that's not entirely true. But like coming
There are
from the
some
ghetto.
cities that are not clean. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So-
I mean, obviously, you have L.A., San Fran, San Diego, New York City. The major cities are pretty pretty trashy.
Mhm.
But I talk shit about my own backyard, so it's where people shouldn't get offended by that. But yeah,
Right.
I wasn't entirely shocked by that. I was just like, wow, this is great. There's this cultural thing of like when you use a vending machine in Japan, you don't walk while eating or drinking. When you use a vending machine or you have food, you eat where you are. Because there's usually a garbage can next to the vending machine, and like you just toss your trash into the trash can after you're done eating, after you whatever you purchase from the vending machine. So like, but obviously, in America, people just eat and drink while they're walking, and they just like,
It's so fast paced as compared to like that's one thing that I really liked about like life in Japan. It was a lot more slower paced. Mind you, yes, Tokyo's just like any other big city. It's going to be fast
yes,
paced. There are a bunch of people walking to and from. But I guess it was a lot more laid back a little bit, especially when you got further out of the city, like Kyoto or Osaka or even Nara, right? They're very chill, which is nice. And I can obviously relate to when I came back to Japan, or sorry, back to America from Japan. You start noticing a lot of like weird things. Like, what was a weird thing that you noticed? I want to like see if we match.
well, I mean, like I said, the people are rude as fuck.
Right.
Like everyone's like loud and obnoxious in your face, and it's just like, damn. Like you go to a store and they don't no one greets you. Like in Japan, you go to a store like
Oh yeah.
irasamase.
So nice. Yeah, they're
Arigatou
so nice.
gozaimashita.
Right. So it's
It's,
it was
it's,
that
yeah.
was a nice experience for sure. Or like for me, another big thing was like the food, right? I came, and this is not even just with Japan. When
Oh
I
yeah, portions.
went to any
Portion,
other,
yeah, that's a big
right,
deal.
portions, like the taste of it, like you can taste like the salt and the sugar, like even more, like when you come back to America than when you were there, which is crazy. Super duper crazy. But
Yeah.
that's
Lots
really
of
awesome.
processed stuff over here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Would you ever go back to Japan? This time
Of course.
around actually exploring, instead of being so language focused.
Of course. I mean, for what it's worth, like I did get out of my little cubicle. I did go see places. I went to Kyoto for a bit while I was over there too. I saw I think it's called Ginkakuji, like the golden castle. That's a very
Right. It's
a very
beautiful.
significant landmark. Yeah, I went there.
Mhm.
And I got to walk the streets of Kyoto, and you have geisha, just kind of doing their thing, and
Yeah.
I saw all those things. I went to like a temple or two, which is really really nice. I got to see a little bit. I went to see like I also while I was in Kyoto, I went to they have these little places that you can like watch shows. So they do like performances. So if you go to a certain location, they actually do performances of like how like old school like something along the lines of like kabuki. They're very kind of traditional shows that they do to kind of express like how culture was years and years ago back in like Edo, the Edo period and such, and like how ninja actually were. But I went to this particular location. I don't remember what it was called, but I had an opportunity to go there because a friend of my mother's knew a friend, had a friend in Japan, and I was linked up with her. So I was able to go with this woman who lives in Japan to this place. She took me this kind of performance place, and I got to see like the show of like these people like performing like bits and pieces of like Japanese culture from way back when, and that was really cool too. Just kind of learn more about it. I've always been really curious about Japanese culture, way more than American culture, but I think it's always very interesting to look at different cultures and to see how different they are in comparison. because
Yeah.
Japan was a very very isolated country for a very long time, and that's where a lot of their values come from. That's a lot of where their quirks come from. But now they're an open country, but a lot of those elements from history still remain in their culture, and I think it's important to just be aware of that and to respect it. So yeah, of course I go back again.
Oh, heck yeah. You definitely should. I mean, okay. Big question. You said you're a weeb. Did you visit Akihabara?
Of course I did. Absolutely.
Oh, heck yeah. Was there anything like significant that you did? Like maybe you went to a maid cafe, or did you see, I think it was like Sega, like the sign Sega on that one like really iconic building before they took it down recently. Did you get to see all that or do anything really fun like weeb wise, you know?
Yeah. I did go to I went to a maid cafe both in Osaka and in Akihabara. So
Mhm.
there's an Akihabara like place in Osaka called Nipponbashi. So I
Okay.
went I visited that location, which is it has a lot of arcades and stuff. A lot of
Mhm.
various places where you can shop and stuff. So I went to a maid cafe over there, and also went to a maid cafe I believe in Tokyo when I was there as well. I mainly just went to stores and just kind of explored like the way stores and like are laid out in Japan in the city. It's so interesting just how different going to like a store and those sorts of places are. It feels like New York City, like when if you go to like a big like thrift store or like a big um like a comic book store or a game store in New York City. The It
Mhm.
feels a lot like that in Japan, but it's also like it's just laid out very differently. The hallways are very narrow. It's just a different kind of feel to it. The layouts are different. The walls are just covered in stuff. There's some cosplay stuff laying around. You can see like VTuber stuff like around. Well, I mean, I guess back then,
Back
because
then
VTubers weren't
even?
really a thing back then. No, the VTubers were not a
Right.
thing.
Okay.
It was more so like idol stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And anime stuff, like idol anime stuff. But not not
Mhm.
not back then. But yeah. It was really really cool to experience that and to kind of just have that experience. But it's a long time ago. It's a long time ago, so
Are there any
it was
other
good.
countries that you've had the chance to visit?
Nope, except for Canada.
Are there any?
I went
Oh,
to
what
Canada
did you do in
for a little bit
Canada?
of time. Like I said earlier, I was a choir singer. I sang in choir both in elementary, middle school. I sang in choir in high school, and so when I was in high school, I was in choral ensemble, which was the highest level. There are 3 levels of choir at my high school, and I was in the highest level. And so that group of people went there to compete in like a regional type competition.
Sure.
And I don't remember if we placed. I think maybe did we place maybe second or third? Maybe I don't even remember. It was so long ago. But yeah, that's why I went to Montreal specifically in Canada to
Mhm.
for that competition, and we were there for about 3 to 4 days. But that's the only
So
time I've gone
you
anywhere else.
genuinely right. Like you genuinely have a lot of performance background like even from such a young age.
Yes.
Did you do sports as well? Because I know you've talked about being so physical on stream, you know, like doing exercises, staying fit. That's something you're very passionate about. So have you done like sports growing up or are there sports that you're interested in now?
Yeah, I also did sports. I did cross country when I was in high school. I work out in general now. That was something I started back during the 2020s, you know.
Mhm.
So I started working out again. But even before 2020, I was working out because I was doing cosplay. So I would very often work out for the sake of
Ooh.
cosplay. But I've always been very I guess I've been academically inclined, but also athletically inclined. When I was younger, I used to play touch football.
Mhm.
With people on my street. We used to play hide and seek around the street. was very, very, was very, very active, despite being very much, kind of nerdy. I very much kind of kept in shape. I guess I've always just had the idea, kind of instilled into me naturally to be balanced in both body, mind, and spirit. So that's always been
Right.
something that's been very important to me.
So cosplays? This is new. Who have you cosplayed as?
I have cosplayed as most notably Poison from Street Fighter / Final Fight. I have cosplayed as gosh, what is her name? She's from oh god, what's the name? Life is Strange. Chloe. Yeah, I cosplayed as Chloe from Life is Strange. Yeah, I did that.
Oh, I haven't played that game yet, but it's definitely in my library and it looks really interesting. Heard good things about it.
Yeah, the original
really
Life
cool.
is Strange I think is quite good. I think it's quite good. I've also cosplayed as Maki. It's not Narukami. It's not Narukami. It's Maki Marinari. Oh no, Mari Makinami from Evangelion, Neon Genesis Evangelion, the movies. Obviously, she wasn't in the original series. She was a new addition to the Evangelion series. So she was like the pink. She had the pink plug suit, but I cosplayed her her schoolgirl outfit. So I cosplayed as her. Yeah, those are really the only ones. I've only done a couple of cosplays. I wasn't really too heavily into it. Oh wait, I also cosplayed as I did one cosplay as what is her name?
Real blast to the past.
Yeah. But I did this one pretty recently. Her name, she's from Kakegurui, the gambling anime.
The main actor?
Yeah,
Or,
the
sorry,
main girl,
character?
the main girl.
It starts with a J. I know who you're talking about, though. I know who you're talking
Jabami.
about. Jabami, there you go.
Yumiko Jabami. Yes,
Yep.
I cosplayed as her as well. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Dude, that would be so sick if you'd, like, cosplay, like, did those same cosplays, but, like, with your VRChat model. That'd be sick. Ideas,
That'd be
ideas.
pretty sick. Yeah.
So, like,
whenever I learn Blender and Unity, so one of these days.
I'll get
I
to
guess.
it so
I
that we
gotta
can
up
raise our
the
eyes.
game.
Right.
Yeah.
You should. That'd be sick. So that's really cool that you've cosplayed. Have you been to, like, conventions and stuff? Like, anime conventions? Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely.
What's your favorite part about an anime convention?
Well, I mean, back in the day, I went to anime conventions largely for my small business. I ran a small business for about 8 years, and basically, I went to anime conventions to sell my wares. Me and my best friend, one of my best friends. I met him during high school, so he's like a I'll call him he's a long-term friend of mine. So I started a business with him. And essentially, he was my artist. I was the writer, creative director. I came up with all the concepts for him to draw. I would critique his work. We created doujinshi, which is basically fan-based comics, based off of existing properties. And we used to go to the anime conventions to be in the artist alleys at these events. Before that, I went to anime conventions just to kind of meet people and to attend certain events, to hopefully hear different voice actors talk about their experiences, to learn more about the anime industry. I was very much into the anime industry, and I was very, very hopeful that maybe perhaps I would end up being in the industry. But obviously, as a voice actor, that was the goal, always the goal. To be a professional voice actor in the anime industry. That is and still is an intention of mine. But life takes us twists and turns, and instead of being an anime voice actor, like a very a very prolific anime voice talent. Instead, I do voiceover for like indie games and stuff like that. But anyway, I go to anime conventions largely to see the people that are there, different guests, to meet up with friends and friends that I had at the time, and you know, again for my small business, just to kind of you know, be a business lady.
Heck yeah, I really like that. That's I mean, technically you're not too far off because now you're a VTuber. You know, VTubers spawn from idols who spawn from anime characters. So kind of halfway there. You'll get it eventually. I know you will. On the topic of VTubers though, what is your general opinion about VTubers, you know, the good, the bad, because you are part of the community, as am I, and I would like to hear your opinion on it.
I was going to make an obnoxious joke, but I'm not going to do that. What I am going to say, going to say, is I think VTubers are great. I think it's a great opportunity for people who, especially people who may be disabled in some way or may be very kind of, you know, self-conscious about their appearance. I think it's a really great way for people who are legitimately talented, who may not have the opportunity to become an idol, to essentially have the opportunity to potentially aim towards that sort of thing. I think it's a very interesting line of work. It's a very creative line of work. I think it is worthy of respect and dignity. And I think there's a lot of value that is created by people who are in this industry. Essentially, you know, an industry in and of itself. So I do think that VTubers are a great addition to kind of supplement the idea of being very creative and another form of being an actor. Essentially another form of acting. Character acting, essentially, is what you would call it. So I think it's worthy of being acknowledged as a cool thing that people do, and especially really, really great for those, you know, who may be just incapable of, you know, maybe becoming an actor, or, you know, maybe just have a disability in some shape or form, or maybe just maybe unhealthy, maybe they have health issues, limitations that keep them from, you know, going out and using their bodies to kind of express themselves as a performer. I think it's really, really cool. I think the VTuber scene is I think it's also very cool, but I also think it has its share of bad eggs. Obviously, you know, every community has a share of bad eggs. And I would say that's not so much the VTubers themselves, but oftentimes leans more into the communities that they cultivate. And it really kind of leans into those sorts of people who essentially may be a little bit too gung-ho about their Oshi. For those who don't know what Oshi means, it means like your number one, like it's your favorite VTuber. It's your favorite VTuber, essentially. That's what that means. So your number one. Yes, Mori Calliope.
Oh,
Mori Calliope.
I think I've only watched their content like from time to time, but yeah.
Yeah, she's in Hololive, and to be honest, I haven't watched a lick of her content, to be honest with you. I've seen an interview or two with her, but I like her as a person. I like her style. I like her energy. I like how hardworking she is. I like the aspects of her that I'm not like a massive fan, but I consider her to be like the nexus of VTubers that I looked at in terms of me starting to stream, as, you know, starting off as a VRChat streamer and then transitioning to being, you know, more so in the VTuber sphere. Her style and her presentation, her willingness to just be like, you know, straight up in your face, her community is called Deadbeats. She calls her community her Deadbeats. I think just like her overall energy and vibe really kind of matches my own. And so I look to her as kind of like my North Star. When it comes to just people who are doing really cool things, who are evolving, who are not letting themselves be limited by, you know, the expectations of others, but she's constantly pushing the envelope and trying new things and being creative in ways that you wouldn't expect. And she's always surprising people with what she does, and she's extremely talented. So I have a lot of respect for her. So I would say she's my Oshi, not because I love watching her content, because of what she's done and what she's accomplished over the years in Hololive.
Right. You see, you started off in VTubing and saw her as like some sort of guide, of things you would like to do or, try out on your own.
Yeah.
I know last night, I believe you kind of touched on this a little bit about the gaming awards. How did you feel about that? Like the games that won, the nominees that were brought up. What do you think should have won? Did you have any like strong feelings about that?
Oh yeah, of course it did. I honestly I don't have any sort of like legitimate I don't have a horse in this race to say. Of like what games win or lose. I honestly don't really care all that much. I think it's very, it is what it is. Games win or lose. I think what I care more so about is the kind of people and the companies that they brought on, like NPR and Rolling Stone, being on the judging committee for the games that were being judged and brought on to be nominated. I have more of an issue with that. Not so much like the games or whatever. I don't care what wins or loses all that much. What I did care about, I guess I would say, was the game of the year. And the only reason why I cared about that was because it's complete bullshit. That's the only reason why I care about it. It's dumb. It's dumb. And I haven't played Astrobot.
Right? Yeah.
It was Astrobot. Astrobot game in the air. LOL. XDD.
I'm sure it's a fun game, and I have seen some of my friends who've played it on their streams. It looks like a fun game. It's cute. Like, I haven't played it myself, but that was actually a topic that was kind of brought up when I was watching it last night. Is that like I really wish that there was like some sort of standard put in place where to win Game of the Year it has to be accessible to all platforms, right? Astrobot currently is only accessible on PlayStation
Sony
5
exclusive
right now.
Sony exclusive,
right.
yes.
And I feel like in order to be able to be Game of the Year, more people should have access to it. Therefore, more consoles and or PC should also have access to said game. I don't know much about Astrobot. I'm sure it's a really good game, but I don't think personally it should have won because of that simple fact. What do you think?
I am in full agreement with that. That's a really good point that was brought up by you and by one of my mods last night too. The fact that it is a console exclusive should ultimately exclude it from being Game of the Year. There's no way a console exclusive can be Game of the Year, solely on the basis of its lack of distribution. I put out a tweet before I came here tonight. I put out a tweet that basically said along the lines of, regardless of how good of a game Astrobot is, which I've heard is a very fun, enjoyable, lively game, and regardless of that being the case, the fact of the matter is, most gamers didn't give a flying fuck about Astrobot. And most gamers didn't even know it existed because it's a Sony exclusive. So when you put that into effect, I honestly think that the fact that Astrobot won was essentially, it was a pity. It was a pity win for Sony due to the and it was facilitated by the companies that were brought in, who I believe, this is my opinion. I don't know how true it is or not, but this is my opinion. But the companies that were brought on, who are essentially outside of the gaming spheres, they are outsiders when it comes to the gaming sphere. Like, what the fuck does NPR, Rolling Stone know about gaming? They know shit about that. It was solely for them to help fund the Game Awards, and they were brought on, I think, I don't know for certain, but I would imagine, in terms of business sense, that they were brought on to help fund the Game Awards, and by doing so, getting publicity to help, bolster their numbers, because, goodness knows they're probably hurting for attention right now, because, people don't listen or read their stuff anymore these days. So they probably did it for the sake of getting more eyes on their product, so it was meant to be product placement by essentially helping to fund the Game Awards. And it was a pity vote by those people who were essentially bought in to be on that judging committee to essentially, let's fluff up Sony because, they got their feelings hurt because Concord failed so abysmally. So let's fluff up Sony and let's make them feel good about themselves. Let's vote for the little kids game. make them feel better about themselves because Sony's going through it right now, But yeah, that's what I think. And I put out a tweet like that before I came here today. People will probably not even see it, but whatever the fuck, that's what I think about it. I think it was all a means to fluff up Sony because they feel bad about their multi-million dollar game, hitting the gutter. Just completely missing the mark entirely. So, that's what I think.
I don't remember what was nominated, but what game do you think deserved Game of the Year? It's going to change from person to person, but what do you think?
Of course. I honestly think Black Myth Wukong should have won, but I do think there was an extreme bias. What I think is there was a Player's Choice Award that was part of the Game Awards. I watched the entirety of the Game Awards myself for what it's worth, so I may not remember everything, but I did watch it. This happened last night for what it's worth. For those who may be seeing this in the future. Basically, Player's Choice Award was the sole opportunity for gamers to let their game win. And what game won? Black Myth Wukong. It won. Why? Because it's a good-ass fucking game. It's a fun game. Right. I haven't played it, but I've seen a lot of people play it. It's a very solidly designed, very solidly put together game that I really, really enjoyed, or that I really enjoyed watching, and looked really cool. And from what I've seen and what I've heard, it plays fantastically. And this is by a developer. This is their first game. It's their first game that they've ever put out, Black Myth Wukong, and it was phenomenal as a first release. So I do think there was a bit of a I do think there was a bit of a bias because it's a Chinese company. So we can't have a Chinese company winning an American Game Awards thing. So I do think that there was a lot. I mean, Wukong won a couple of awards. It won a couple of awards. Didn't just win just that one. I think it won like maybe two other awards aside from Player's Choice. But even beyond that, you couldn't have Game of the Year due to the biases of the people who are involved. So I think Black Myth Wukong should have won. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree wouldn't have wanted to win Game of the Year. It's a DLC. I would not have wanted to win Game of the Year.
Right.
Elden Ring won in 2022. So
yeah, exactly. It got its just desserts when it did. But I definitely think compared to Astrobot, I even if it couldn't be Black Wukong, okay, or Black Myth Wukong. It could have been anything else. Literally anything else.
Metaphor ReFantazio was a fantastic game. I did not play it either, but I've watched people play it. I've heard good things about it. I know the musical score, the storyline, the characters. There's just an inherent depth that Atlas put into that game that I think was very lauded by many people in the gaming community. A lot of people enjoyed it. People who are fans of JRPGs really loved Metaphor. It's a fantastic game. Very well done, very well put together. So there was that. There was Black Myth Wukong, Metaphor, Elden Ring. And I think, I know there was another one. I know there was another one, but yeah.
Or was
Balatro? No,
I think nominated for something else.
Balatro was nominated for a lot of things. Balatro won big. Balatro actually came out swinging. They won 4 or 5 awards. So Balatro, they got their just desserts. They're great. The developer did great. Congrats to them. I haven't played Balatro either, but I have heard it's a really, really fun game. But it was nominated for Game of the Year as well. That was one of the games that was nominated for Game of the Year. Final Fantasy. It was Final Fantasy Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was the other game. Yeah. So basically, the fact that Sony exclusive kids game, whatever the fuck, won Game of the Year over Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, over Metaphor ReFantazio, ain't no way.
Rigged.
Ain't no way.
I definitely feel like Game of the Year should just hold to the people that are actually playing said game, not, the people who are paying for games.
Yeah,
That sucks.
yeah. I think it's very important to have people judging and organizing these sorts of events who have some background in gaming. There is an argument to be made by if you involve some certain companies in the process of judging, then you're inclined to have some sort of bias involved there as well, because at least they know about games. Even if a bias exists with a certain gaming company that will be on the judging committee, at least they have a good sense of what games are. We can trust them. We can actually believe in them. You can't
Right.
trust NPR. You can't trust Rolling Stone. You can't trust these companies who basically bought their way in to be on this. I don't know. I don't know if they did. I can't say that for certain. I don't know if they bought their way in. I think that they did, but I don't know for certain. I think that they did, but don't quote me on that. But you have these companies, regardless of how they got on the judging committee. They got on the judging committee. You can't trust companies who have no background in gaming to make a balanced, reasonable decision about what games should be winning in which categories. You can't trust that. There's definitely like potential for collusion to happen. And I guess it could happen with gaming companies too, but I'd rather have gaming companies judging these games rather than companies who are completely on the outside of what the gaming community actually values and cares about.
Right.
So, yeah, that's just my thinking on it.
That's fair. Fair. Very valid. So there were a lot of new games that were also, released and or kind of told to us that would be coming out very soon. Are there any that kind of grabbed your attention, caught your eye a little bit, that you're excited for, and that you might have like gone and wish listed, or put that somewhere to remember later?
I think the nothing really. Not nothing. I think there are a lot of cool announcements. I think there are a lot of cool announcements for sure. So I think I can't remember any of the games at this moment, but there were a number of games that were very, very interesting. That is for sure. I really appreciated. There was one game that was that like had it was by the creators of Ico Shadow of the Colossus. And that seemed really, really interesting. I think the game that it was like, I think it was by the same developer that does Yakuza. There was a company that did that. They're making this kind of like this brawler type game.
Sure.
It's very like bloody and gritty and stuff. So I think that's really cool. I think that it seemed like a really cool game. I don't remember the names of these games, honestly, but
I think I know the one that you were talking about. Was it like the one where he like killed a dragon and then like had to fight someone like immediately after that? That one looked pretty gory and great, in my opinion.
I don't remember that. I don't really remember that. But yeah. I think there are a lot of interesting games like Witcher 4. I guess Witcher 4 is something I've never played any of the Witcher games, but I think because I haven't played them before, I was kind of captured by the idea of playing one. So engaging with that seemed really, really cool. So Witcher 4 seemed really, really interesting. The new release by FromSoft for Elden Ring, Night Rain. That seems interesting too. I don't know if I'll play it, just like I haven't played Shadow of the Erdtree yet. I have beaten Elden Ring, but I haven't played the DLC. I just don't have time to play it. But yeah, I think there are a lot of really fascinating games that are coming out. And again, like I said, I don't have a real horse in the race. I try to keep up with things the best that I can, but at the end of the day, I only play games that I stream for the most part. I'm very, very I only have time to play games that I stream. So we'll kind of see what happens. But there's a lot of really cool stuff coming out for sure.
What games have you played over the past year that you've played on stream, obviously, that you really, really liked, like top 3?
Top 3 games I played this year?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. You know, crucify me if you want, but Wuthering Waves is a great gacha game. Wuthering Waves is great. That Wuthering Waves is my Genshin. It's my Genshin. It's a skill-based action combat gacha game, and I enjoy it a lot. It's very, very cool. There's parries, there's dodges. There's a very all the characters have very unique systems. The Forte system I think is really, really cool. And it's just a really, really fun game. And obviously the characters are really well designed, very, 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 very beautifully designed, very beautifully animated. And the story is also really interesting too. You know, a post-apocalyptic world where that's very kind of based on the idea of sound essentially being a threat, and also using sound and musical terms as kind of identifiers, like resonance, things like that, forte, terminology that you hear in music, essentially kind of
Right.
governing the basis of the world itself. So Wuthering Waves, I put a lot of time into. I played pretty consistently since it came out this year. I think it came out around summer of this year, and I've been playing it for the most part, for the most part I've been playing it pretty consistently, every day. I miss a day or two, but otherwise I'm
It
always
happens.
playing Wuthering Waves. Yeah. I really enjoyed Amnesia. It was nice to play Amnesia: The Dark Descent. That was a recommendation to me for the Halloween season.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's kind of a classic, and I'm glad that I could experience that. So I'm glad that I could play that. That was just a really, really interesting. It had a very I ascribe Amnesia to be akin to an escape room. Excuse me. Yeah, it has a very escape roomy type vibe to it, which I appreciate because I used to work in escape rooms. I used to work in that industry for a very short time, but I was there anyway. But I thought it had very kind of that kind of atmosphere, and it was very like psychological horror, which I appreciated. So I think Amnesia was a pretty cool game. And I would say, third game. Yeah, I don't really play many games, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You play a lot of, from like what I've seen as a viewer, a lot of long form games that take a long time to get through. Like you play Baldur's Gate. That's a really big, long game that has a lot of
I didn't finish it
playability.
though.
You didn't finish it. What?
No, I didn't
You
finish
gotta
it. I
finish
didn't finish it. Yeah, I did. I got kind of stuck. Got kind of stuck in a spot, so I didn't finish Baldur's Gate. I will say that if I had to choose a third game, it would probably be it would have to be, if I can recall. Wait, did I? No, I think I played Interlilies last year.
Yeah,
I
that was
I played Interlilies last year. That was last year. Yeah.
good game though.
Yes, very, very good game. I guess it would have to be, Dead Space. I mean,
Dead Space.
yeah, a lot of the games I played this year were requests by people on my chat, and they actually paid money for me to play Dead Space. So I played that, and it was a really good experience. I beat the game. Saw the credits roll, and yeah, I think it was a very, very cool game. I enjoyed it for what it was. And yeah, I'm currently playing through Dark Souls, the original Dark Souls remastered. So
Right.
if I had finished that, then that would definitely be on the list. But for the time being, the games that I've actually completed, yeah, it would be Dead Space. In no particular order, I guess. Dead Space, Dead Space, Wuthering Waves, and Amnesia.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Did you like those games because of their genre? And if not, what are like the types of genres that really catch your eye when you're looking for a game that you think you would really enjoy?
Some of the games that I play, a lot of games that I particularly choose are largely based on my own personal tastes, but there are some times where people in my chat again, donate and I have to play games, or, in some cases, I have to, I was not have to, but I was, I did a charity earlier this year where I said that I would play a horror game. So I spun the wheel, and the horror game that it landed on was Dead Space. And when I got around to Dead Space, it was also near the Halloween season, so I kind of juggle between Dead Space and Amnesia. So there are just some games that I choose largely to entertain my audience. Poppy Playtime was fun too. I had a lot of, there are a number of interesting, funny moments from Poppy Playtime playing through that. Very short first chapter, chapter 1. I played through chapter 1 of Poppy Playtime. So that was really fun to do. Very, very funny type game. Very, very goofy, I would say. And I made some content about that. Anyway, the games that I choose are largely geared towards my personal tastes, and so I focus mainly on that. When it comes to the content that I make and the games that I pick, I like to pick games that I think will be fun, but also games that I believe will be good streamer games to play. So I think about those sorts of things.
Cool. Technology is forever advancing, right? And we're kind of getting to a point in time where, unfortunately, AI is kind of entering our space, especially as VTubers, since our whole thing is built off of art, done by humans. I kind of wanted to ask you a little bit more about what your thoughts are on just AI in general, because I think we talked about it a little bit, but I was like, stop. I want to hear the full answer later. So do you mind letting us know what you think about that?
I believe AI should be used as a tool. AI is already a part of many of our lives. We just don't realize it. AI overall is meant to be a method by which we simplify procedures that can ultimately be simplified, and to remove a lot of the friction for creating things, being creative. That allows for people to kind of get to the point where you're actually able to use what the AI has created to do something unique. So it's meant to kind of be a means to an end. It's not meant to be the end all be all. It's meant to be a means to an end that is used as a tool in order to help empower people to be more creative, to be more curious, to help manage their lives a little bit better. In some cases, be a friend to people who may not have connections with people for whatever reason. Maybe they're in the hospital and they don't have anyone to talk to. And maybe having that human connection. It's not really human, but to have a connection with some entity. That kind of gives them the illusion of that connection. AI can have a multitude of uses, but I do think that it's already very much in our everyday lives currently. But it will become more readily known and more readily prevalent in our lives as time goes on. And it really just kind of depends on the people who are in the technological sphere, of how we are going to evolve this technology and how we're going to improve it. It should be a way to enhance people's lives. It should be as a means to enhance people's lives, not to replace people entirely, which ultimately it will. But in some cases, not all, but in some cases. But it's meant to kind of to simplify, the idea of being of just being. It should give more people time to get down to the things that they actually care about, and less time meandering, lost, and not knowing where to go and how to do, but just to kind of supplement people's lifestyles. One thing that I'm personally looking forward to when it comes to AI, is just much more reliable systems that are meant to, help us get the items that we need to get. When it comes to like food delivery, I have had so many instances where just things go wrong. Human error gets in the way. And it's a problem. It's not good when you spend money on something and you don't get what you paid for. That is not a great thing to have happen. So I am personally looking forward to the idea of an AI being managed by humans, obviously. It should always be managed by other humans. To ultimately ensure that we are getting our deliveries in a very concise manner. We're getting what we ordered, what we invest into in a more concise manner. I'm sure a day will come where we have robots rolling up to wherever we are, our living quarters, and they essentially they will follow the directions to the T. The instructions are: robot calls person comes down, robot opens their titanium covering that has their package in it. The person picks out the package. They maybe have a rating system or whatever. Probably there won't be a rating system, but they'll take the thing. Robot will confirm that it's been taken, and they'll be on their way, and they'll go over to the next thing. And there'll be these cars that are transporting these robots to wherever they need to go, and the robot will just instinctively know where they need to kind of drop off the package, drop off the food, wherever. I think the AI is very exciting. I don't think it's anything incredibly revolutionary, but I do think it's a very exciting space that's going to ultimately make people's lives more concise and allow people to get back to just doing really creative things without dealing with mistakes and human error. But it's not meant to replace the human experience. It's meant to only supplement it as a tool.
Right. And technology like that is rapidly becoming more ingrained in our day-to-day lives, whether we want it or not. And I'm curious, where do you see technology evolving and becoming a part of the human experience?
Cyberpunk, obviously.
Have you played the game?
Get chromed up. No, I've not played the game. I've not played the game. I will. I own it. I finally purchased the game. It was on sale recently. I finally purchased the game, so I own it now. I've not played it. But I've watched Edge Runners. Great series. Watch it if you haven't already. But in all seriousness, I do think that as technology ultimately kind of marches on forward, I do think the idea of technological integration with our biological forms to ultimately help people. A pacemaker is essentially someone with a pacemaker is essentially a cyborg at that point. But we are already cyborgs already with our phones, because we don't go anywhere without our phones. We can't imagine leaving our houses without our phones. So it's basically attached to us. The only difference is it's not attached to our biological form. So I do see technology kind of leading in the direction. This kind of leads into my interest in transhumanism. The idea of humans essentially transcending their biological forms and the interest of facilitating just a more integrated experience with technologies that we use every day. For example, VR. I think a lot of people think VR is going to go the way of the dodo eventually, and maybe it will, but that's only if we can come up with some sort of technology that is both reasonable, affordable, and can reach the mainstream in a way that will help to facilitate people integration with the internet. So, for example, contacts that have, essentially they're like micro memory chips, micro like processors in contacts that ultimately kind of, that you can put in your eye, if you so choose, that can maybe make your eyesight better. Instead of getting laser surgery, you can just put in these contacts. Well, you can still do laser surgery. I mean, that's still a revolutionary technology. But if
Right.
you don't want to do that, you can have these contacts that ultimately can give you some sort of an AR experience, like augmented reality experience that allows you to access the internet, access, various technology, maybe call your phone or call someone else. You can call someone and like it'll just be immediately, it'll register to your biological, your neurology, and you'll be able to like hear it like in your mind. It'll be like what happens in Cyberpunk. You can basically kind of have a form of telepathy in that way.
That would be cool.
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I don't know if it'll actually happen that way, but it's a cool idea. There's also like the concepts like of how technology could actually turn into could be something a little bit more geared towards Black Mirror type technology, where you have that little piece of metal attached to that attaches to your temple, and that ultimately kind of allows you to be fully immersed while accessing your neurons in your brain, and gives you an immersive experience that brings you into a VR-like state. And that was explored in Black Mirror, I believe, in the second and I think in the third season. So like technology like that, I think it's really, really interesting, very, very very fascinating to me. And the idea of transhumanism, I think, is also very interesting to me. So I'm more or less kind of focusing on the idea of improving people's lives, helping people to live better lives. People who are born into an unfortunate state. With like maybe their lungs don't work properly, maybe their heart doesn't work properly, maybe there's some sort of like sickness that they have that hinders them from like being active. Like, I want technology to enhance people's lives and to make their lives better, to help people who are normally be incapable of doing a certain activity to be able to do that activity. And that, to me, I think is that is the greatness of transhumanism, like the ideas that are presented in media like Cyberpunk, for example.
Right. That's dope. Let's Chrome down a little bit, okay? I know that your community, you've always communicated with your community that, you want to talk to them. You want them to understand you for you. And what does that mean to you? To be understood? I know that's been your Discord bio for like ever since I've known you. And what does that mean to you, and how do you want your community to feel about that?
I think we live in an age where people are not thinking critically about the world around them, and instead they're simply relying on their feelings to communicate to them what they should be, what thoughts they should have. And if it's not their feelings, it's something that they've heard from someone else, and they haven't really developed that idea for themselves. They're simply just parroting what someone else has said. They haven't really truly bought into the idea. They've simply just taken it for what it was. Because we are lacking critical thinking, as technology continues to proliferate our lives and make things much, much easier, people are thinking less. They have to do less work. They have to put forth less effort to actually think about the ideas and concepts that are presented to them. They simply just eat what they're fed. My idea is that I wish for people to not simply rely solely on their emotions to justify why they think or feel about something. I want them to develop their own way of thinking, their own unique perspectives that have been worked on over and developed over time. And how that applies to me is that I want people to understand. I don't want people to immediately cast judgment on people, and obviously on me, because perhaps I am a certain way, or people are a certain way, or a person thinks a certain way. I want people to be motivated to try to understand one another. We need to be willing to ask questions of each other, to not simply look at someone and because they think or they have some sort of belief system, or maybe they're aligned with some sort of some sort of like ideology, that they're immediately a terrible person, because that is solely feelings based. I want people to think more. I want people to seek to understand why people believe what they believe, why people think what they think, why people act the way that they act. And so I am truly committed to this idea of understanding my community. The people who come into my community, I want them to share who they are and to be open about who they are, to use their words to communicate their ideas. And so that not only can they understand themselves better, but that people around them can understand them better. Because the more you simply rely on memes and emotions to communicate your thoughts, the less engaged you are with your own perspectives, and the less you are actually taking the time to really kind of figure out what it is what it means to believe what it is that you believe, to think the way that you think, and even to pursue the idea of one's feelings. Like whenever I am feeling sad, I always ask myself, why am I feeling this way? And then that'll lead me to one thought, and then maybe that'll lead me to another thought, that'll lead me to another question, until I get to the heart of what it is, that emotion, where is that emotion coming from. But people are just so in their feelings these days that they don't even seek to understand why they even feel a certain way. They're like, oh, I'm just gonna feel like this, and that is what it is, and they don't try to reason through it. They're just like, I'm in my feelings right now. You should pity me for that. And I'm just like, no, fuck you. Like, you're being a baby. How about you actually communicate what you're actually feeling rather than being a child and act like I'm supposed to just coddle you and just accept that way that you're feeling. How about you tell me why you're feeling the way that you're feeling? Tell me what it is that maybe I've done, or maybe that you are experiencing, and why you're feeling that sort of way, so that I can understand you better, and so that maybe you can understand yourself better.
Right.
But so many people, I believe, these days, again, they prefer to just be in their feelings about things rather than look at themselves in the mirror and be like, no, maybe I'm the piece of shit. Maybe I'm the one that's fucked up. Maybe I need to do some work on myself and figure myself out before I put this on someone else. Maybe I shouldn't be in a relationship right now because I don't even know why I get upset. I don't even know why I feel the way that I feel. But you have all these people, like society teaches people, you gotta be in a relationship. I don't want to be alone. And I'm like, no, you should be alone. You should take the time to understand who you are as a person before you trouble someone and waste someone's time because you are too emotionally unbalanced to be a mature, well-formed human being.
Right.
So that's kind of my thinking on it. And it's again, I don't like to say that I'm very different in how I approach these ideas, but I think that not enough people are thinking in these sorts of terms and seeking understanding from other people. I don't want to judge people. I want to understand them. And once I understand them, hopefully, that'll bring hopefully a mutual understanding, because I will be shown the same courtesy that I showed them. And I think if we encourage that more between one another, I think the world will be a much better place and the internet will be a lot less toxic place.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's definitely why earlier I said, like, it definitely takes a certain type of person to be okay with being by themselves. Not a lot of people can do it. But if you can do that and you can truly, keep yourself company and learn who you are before introducing someone else into that formula.
To your baggage,
Right. It'll
'Cause
go
everyone has it.
a lot further. Right. Everyone has baggage. Like that's just life, you know? But
Yeah.
it's how you handle it, and how you choose to heal from it, in my honest opinion. But you have talked about a lot of very deep, like you are the type of streamer that does talk about deep concepts and deep theories, very, very intuitive stuff. What is a stream that, you know, really striked you, or a topic that you really got inspired and passionate to talk about at length on stream that kind of want to recall with us and kind of like go into further detail if you would like?
I would say, I would say that would be something along the lines of, I think there was an ASMR stream that I did that was very, very focused on the idea of being, I guess I want to say, you know, I guess learning to love yourself, I suppose. I don't know which one that was. I talk about a lot of things very, very often. It's a very common thing that I do. But if I remember correctly, it was something along the lines of like, you know, life. Like I guess the concept of life and how it can lead us in different directions. Like I've talked about the idea of, you know, how my life has been very much you know, very tumultuous. And you know, sometimes, you know, we lose people in our lives that have been with us for a long time. Sometimes we end up in this space where you know, we care about somebody very, very deeply, and we think that, you know, well, this person is the one, this person will understand me, this person will be with me through thick and thin. And then it turns out that they were holding on to this animosity for whatever reason, and it just kind of all goes to shit. So, you know, discussing topics along the lines of how to learn to love yourself and to be comfortable with yourself and to not feel the need. I think the average person feels the need to be connected with a person. I think we all desire that connection, but some of us need it less than others. I am one of those people who don't inherently need to be around people 24/7. I can be by myself for days on end and I'm perfectly fine. But I think the majority of people like to be around other people because it's scary to be on your own. It's scary to look at yourself in the mirror. It's scary to be alone with your thoughts. And I try to encourage people largely to learn how to love yourself and to understand yourself better. I know we were just talking about being, you know, understanding yourself. But like the idea that life leads us in different directions, and it can be very, very challenging to know where you're going. None of us really know where life is going to take us, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about this at length during one of my ASMR streams about this idea that, you know, life is a journey, and none of us know where it's going to take us. But we need to be ready and willing to take responsibility for the things and the decisions that we make. We need to move forward with relative confidence in order to, at the very least, even begin to live our lives. Because if we're not moving forward, then we're stagnating. And stagnating leads to fear. And I think if we're constantly moving forward, we don't have time to be afraid of the future. We don't have time to worry about, you know, the things that may come our way because we're too busy, you know, continuing to push towards our goals. So the importance of having goals, the importance of having something to aim for in life, and I guess, you know, learning how to love yourself along the way, even when it feels like no one really loves you in return. Because I've gone years and years without having a partner. I've gone years and years without having a romantic interest. I think it's important to have that experience and not feel pressured to put yourself in this space where you feel obligated to be in a relationship with somebody because you don't want to be alone. Be alone. Live your life. Pursue the things that are important to you, and be willing to take responsibility for the choices that you make, and respond to it in a way that actually will bring value and allow you to learn something from experiences. Failure is something that I love talking about. And I think that kind of falls into this category of what I'm kind of going into. A lot of people fear failure, and they handicap their own life because they fear failure. And what I tell people, and I've told people on my streams many times about this, like, failure, we've been failing since we were born. Failure is a part of life. We did not, like, unless you're a fucking Superman, you are not getting up onto your 2 feet and walking immediately. You probably fell on your ass a couple of times when you were an infant. You failed, but you learned, and you got better, and you learned how to walk. And maybe you weren't the best. Maybe you weren't the best at speaking, but you noticed that, and you worked on that, and you got better and felt more confident about yourself as a speaker. You know, it's stuff like that, like not fearing failure and instead embracing it as a part of life. You will fail more times than not, unless you're super lucky. But the average person will experience failure multiple times in their existence, and being able to deal with that and to learn from that and to evolve and to improve themselves and not look at themselves as an abject failure because of it is so important. It is crazy important for people to realize that failure is inevitable, and it is what you do with that failure that matters the most. And I think that's an element that, you know, I carry with me, because honestly, like, you know, I didn't know any of this was going to happen. I didn't know that I was going to become, like, you know, I'm not a big streamer. I'm not an important streamer. I'm still very, very teensy tiny. I'm nobody. But, you know, I work really hard, and I had no idea this was going to succeed. But the thing is, I learned from past experiences, and I was able to use past experiences that allowed me to hopefully position myself to make this a success. You know, having my small business back in the day, going to college, having a variety of different jobs. I worked in so many different occupations before I got here. And, you know, I've even gotten fired from a job. So it's like, be prepared for failure, and be prepared for that to be a portion of your life. But it is what you do with that energy that matters the most. If you just let yourself just accept the fact that you're a failure and you don't give up and try again, that's on you. You should learn from it and continue to evolve and improve yourself after learning from that failure. Seek to learn, seek to improve, and let failure be a guiding post as to what to do next and how to take the next step forward and how to do things better. Because maybe there's another way forward. And if I didn't believe there was another way forward, I wouldn't be here right now.
Right. And there are a lot of people that struggle to come to this conclusion themselves, right? It takes a lot of deep thinking, self-reflecting. Do you have potential advice on how to, like, get onto the path of this type of thinking?
Have an open mind. Like, I think it can be very, very challenging. Getting to this place where I'm at, I'm not claiming that I'm some sort of, like, oracle, or I'm some sort of enlightened individual. Though I guess you could argue that I have experienced some level of enlightenment due to the trials and tribulations that I've had over the course of my life. But I do think that it is a person getting to this point just has to be willing to just take risks. When you're young, it's a great opportunity to take risks, to try new things, to be experimental. But you don't get to this point by waking up one day and you just understand this. You get to this point by living life and experiencing people, to be let down, to be disappointed, to fall short, to miss the mark. That's what sin means. To sin is an archery term that means to miss the mark. You're basically missing the mark. And we're all sinners at the end of the day. So, very much so. I think it's about living life, about being very cognizant of where you want to go. Have a goal. Shoot for something, aim for something, believe in something. And then do whatever you can. Maybe look towards someone else, maybe who has done something similar. Maybe do research and to figure out like what you can do to get to that spot. But to get comfortable with failure means that you have to fail. And not only that, I think changing one's mindset, again, it takes time to get to this point, but changing your mindset and changing how you perceive life and how you perceive your experience and what you're pursuing is important. And what a person, I think, should endeavor to do is to make a decision to pursue something that they care about and to be prepared to accept the good and the bad. Do not simply live your life thinking that only good things can happen to you. You are deluding yourself if you think that you're going to do a thing and only a good outcome can happen from that. Embrace that bad shit happens and that it can happen to you. And the more you get comfortable embracing that and just accepting that as a fact of life, the more comfortable I think a person can get to getting closer to, continuing to evolve themselves and not losing sight of their goals and their ambitions because they're too afraid to take that step forward, or they want things to go well. So they want things to be absolutely 100% squeaky clean perfect. It never will be. There will never be a time where everything is 100% squeaky clean, nothing can go wrong perfect. Even this thing tonight, like I live my life according to this. Like anything could potentially go wrong tonight with this whole thing that I put together with you and so many others that I'll acknowledge much later on in tonight's stream. But it's embracing that good and bad happens. It's acknowledging that there is evil in the world. There's an acknowledgement that people do bad things, and that people, at least in my opinion, are inherently bad. And it takes work to be a good person. I think it takes more effort to be good to somebody and to consistently be good to somebody than it does to be consistently terrible to somebody. And if you can understand those ideas and formulate that as a personal understanding in your own life, then I think you'll be that much closer to overcoming your fears and your worries and actually be willing to take the steps forward to actually improve your life and to take that risk that maybe you think you're not ready to do yet, because you'll never be ready. So embrace failure.
Yeah, I'll stand to that. That is so true. And it takes a lot to be able to see failure as not what it is at face value. Failure can lead to success. Failure can be the first step to success.
It's supposed to be.
Exactly. And I definitely believe in that. As an engineer, I've had to learn that, you're not going to get shit right on the first time. You're never going to get shit right on the first time. Maybe not even the second or third time. But if you're failing in different ways, and improving on the things that you failed the first time, that's all that matters, honestly. A lot of these ideals, I'm going to ask, are these coming from Neph or Dark Neph? Do Dark Neph and Neph think differently? Who is Dark Neph?
These ideas... Okay, well, I guess I'll start with the whole Dark Neph bit. Some people may not know about that. Dark Nef was a
Right.
bit that I started doing when I first started streaming. It was a little like goofy thing that I did, and it's fun. It's fun to do sometimes. Basically, it's a bit that I do on stream that ultimately, like, all I do is I just show. I say I'm even more real than I am normally. So a lot more swearing, a lot more just in your face, like nonsense. It's funny. It's meant to be funny. It's meant to be kind of like that dark humor type of thing. And that's really what Dark Nef is, and I established that like pretty early on in my streaming career as Nepherti. So these ideas that I've reached are, I would say that they are representative of that part of myself that is inherently, I wouldn't say evil, but just inherently just bad. The intrusive thoughts that we have, that we all have. The desire to that survival instinct, the anger that we feel due to mistreatments, the ways that we've been mistreated by people, the trust that we've placed in people that's been misplaced, the hardships that we faced, the struggles that we've endured. Everyone has a shadow, and this is a very kind of philosophical idea. This idea of the shadow is a concept that I believe it is universal, and it is due to that universality of having a shadow that I think if people can embrace their shadow and understand that they too are not just what they portray to themselves on the outside into the world, if they can embrace that darker part of themselves, they will be a much stronger, a much more grounded individual that will enable them to weather the hardships that life puts out to them, that they will ultimately have to face. And these ideas, like Dark Nef, is essentially me. I don't see that other part of myself as not me, and I think that is a key aspect that I think people are afraid to acknowledge. They want to say, those intrusive thoughts. Oh, that's not me. That's not me. That's something else. But no, it is when you're willing to dance with the shadow, like in a yin and yang sense, that symbolism is meant to reveal the fact that there is always a little bit of darkness in the light, and there is a little bit of light in the darkness. And that concept is essentially how I perceive myself, and I think how more people should perceive themselves, because these ideas and these concepts that I have come to these conclusions are due to the things that I've heard, the hardships that I face, the multiple times that I've stared into the abyss, the things that I've done that were ultimately below me, and the things that have changed me, the sacrifices that I've made. All of these aspects, these are just facts of life that happen to us, and they change us. And it is up to us whether they change us for the better or for the worse. Some people use that shadow to lash out and take it out on others who are maybe innocent bystanders. People who have said that they'll be there for us, and people lash out at people who genuinely care about them. And people who lash out are people who have not embraced themselves as that shadow being who they are. They see it as a separate entity from them. And I think that those who do that run the risk of hurting themselves and the people that they love. But I'm of the belief that once you come to a point in your life that you can acknowledge the fact that you, at your core, are a bad person, though you may think good things and want good things for people, there is another part of you that just wants to watch the world burn. And once you can embrace that part of yourself, that will empower you to be stronger, to be more confident, to be more attractive, to be more interesting, and just being willing to just put yourself out there and showing that, yeah, I've lived. I've experienced things. I have a story to tell. And I know that I'm flawed. And I accept that. And I work hard to improve myself, to be better, and to be stronger. And I think that's what people are attracted to. I think people are attracted to strong-willed people. No one is going to want to be around someone who's miserable all the time. That shit is for the birds. No one wants to be around that all the time. You want to be around someone who's confident, who's upbeat, who's honest, who's real, who isn't fake. And I think we need more people like that who are willing to understand it and embrace that aspect of themselves, not be afraid of it. Speak to it. Commune with it. Let it be a part of you. And I think you'll be a much better person for it. You'll be much more well-rounded. You'll be much stronger. You'll be much more attractive. I guarantee you that if you get control and you come to work together, like in a yin-yang relationship with that shadow, I guarantee you that you'll be a lot more interesting as a person, and you'll be much, much stronger and much more capable of being pretty damn badass.
Yeah, we're always trying to become the best version of the badasses we can possibly be, just like our Barca Queen over here. Fucking awesome. I want to say this might be a little bit of an unconventional question, but you know, I had a lot of questions that I thought people would want to be interested in to get to know you on a deeper plane. But is there anything that you might have wanted to go into deeper detail about, or any topic really that you were hoping to talk about more today that maybe I didn't catch or we haven't gone over just yet?
And I don't really have anything. I've kept a very open mind. A lot of the things that I could bring up or things I've talked about on stream, I prefer to, have questions presented, to kind of bring those aspects up. And, honestly, I'm just I prefer to come to things with a very open mind, very, very chill perspective, and not really, I didn't have anything planned to talk about.
That's totally fine.
Pretty much, yeah, I'm just pretty much, just here to be a part of the experience and to share my thoughts, and essentially just be entertaining. Obviously, I'm the guest of my own podcast, so
Yeah.
obviously, I endeavor to be entertaining and to be compelling, at the very least, with the things that I talk about and the things that I say. So,
Nice.
but yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have anything in particular. I mean,
That's fine.
I mean, if I had to think of anything,
Mhm.
hmm, I don't know. Yeah, I don't have anything particularly. I just came with an open mind, really.
That's okay. That's okay with me. I kind of wanted to go back to your streaming, your goals for your streaming. It took a lot to get to the point where you are now a full-time streamer. How are you liking that so far? How does that differ from your life before? The good, bad. Where do you see yourself, where you're just like, you look back, at your streaming career, and you're like, I've made it. I feel like I've succeeded and I've been able to kind of make an impact.
Honestly, my perspective on quote-unquote making it, I don't really have a perspective on that. I think as an entertainer, you want to remain as relevant for as long as you possibly can. Your longevity is based on your ability to continue to evolve what you do and to continue to, build on what you've already have done. So continue to create new ideas and build on what you've already done that people enjoy. Always be willing to surprise people. Being a full-time streamer is hard work. And say what you want about it. Oh, I work in a Amazon fulfillment center. That's really hard work. Oh, I work in Applebee's. That's really hard work. I'm a waitress. Oh, I work in construction. That's really hard work. And it is. That those are hard jobs. And two out of the three of those examples I have done. So, for what it's worth, I have a lot of experience, a lot of insight on what it means to work hard towards something, and what it means to pursue something that you're very, very passionate about. Being a full-time streamer means being your own boss, and being your own boss means taking responsibility for the actions and the time that you allot to yourself to create and to pursue and to endeavor into being better than you were yesterday. And at the very least, taking a step forward, even if it's just a baby step. Always be taking a step forward. So, being a full-time streamer is, I wouldn't say it's easy. It's not easy. It's not as hard as, as a traditional job, but it has its own share of challenges and hardships and fears. You're essentially relying on your viewership to believe in you to the point that they're willing to help see you continue to thrive. You're putting your life in the hands of your viewership. And that's really, really scary for someone like me. Putting anyone else's responsibility on something that I want to do myself, like relying on anybody, is difficult for me to do. I don't like to rely on people. I like to do things myself. And that's why I largely stream by myself. But there are times where I think it's important to rely on other people, and it's important to just be aware that, at the end of the day, what I do as a streamer is about being good to my community, to the best of my ability, to do what is within my power to do, and to continue to give enough reasons and enough justification as an entertainer, first and foremost, to entertain my viewership in order for them to feel inclined to want to support me and to be there for me and to allow me, to empower me to do what I do over the long haul. So, being a full-time streamer is very difficult from my perspective, in the sense that trusting viewers to believe in me enough to support me in what I do is really, really difficult. And that's why I wanted to put this on. This is not to glorify me. This is not, oh, Nep is so awesome and so great kind of thing. This is for my viewers. This is for my community. This is to show them that I mean business, and that I can do exciting, cool things to hopefully engage them in a way that is meaningful, and that they will want to see more like this. Like, I want to encourage them to stick with me and to believe in me, whether I'm their Oshi or not, to want to support me so that I can do more things like this. I feel empowered to do more things like this, and to not be so paralyzed by the fact of me needing money that I can't be creative. And I think that is the hardest thing for being a full-time streamer. Not getting caught up in the need for financial stability to the point where you're still able to be nimble and be creative in what you do. Because it is really, really challenging to be creative when you're like, will this make me money? Will this be successful? And am I like, is this the last event I'll ever be able to do? Like, you get into your head a lot, and streamers get into their head all the time. And that is not just me. That is every streamer. We all have our doubts. We all second guess ourselves. It is par for the course in the entertainment business. You never know how relevant you will be. You never know. You never know how long that will last. And so I always just endeavor, and I have endeavored even before I was a full-time streamer, was to do everything that I can to not get into my head and to remain entertaining in a way that is meaningful, that is entertaining, and that I can be creating things that I can be proud of, that enables me to be an even better content creator, that inspires people and that motivates people, that also, at the very least, make people feel something, make people think about something. To have a unique edge that separates me from other streamers has been the core aspect of what I've been endeavoring to do from the very start. Separating myself and ensuring that I am my own person and not comparing myself to other streamers, and to hone in on the thing that makes me unique, the aspects that make me unique. That is what that is what I focus on when it comes to being a full-time streamer. And I'm always grateful to my community. I'm always grateful to my fellow streamers. I wouldn't be here without them. I wouldn't be here without their support. And but I guess I do have to say that it does, at the end of the day, come down to me. It comes down to my content, my mindset, my presentation, how entertaining I am. Like, it comes down to me as I'm the queen. I'm the queen of my own miniature empire. It's my community. These are my people. And it comes down to me being able to lead in a way that people can believe in, to be a leader of the people that are willing to ride with me, as the biker queen, that's, ride or dies, that kind of thing. And
Right.
I think that's incredibly important to do as a content creator. You want to inspire people. You want to inspire people. You want them to truly believe in you and give them every possible reason to do so. And never stop. Never stop. Always keep going. Always keep changing. Always keep evolving. Always keep questioning what is working, what is not working, and continue to just have fun. Have fun, but also, have a leadership mindset about it. At least from my perspective, that's what that's been like for me. And being a full-time streamer, it is work. It is work. I'm essentially a full-time entertainer, basically. So, if you think about, idols, if you think about, actors, they're always seeking out the next job, the next gig, unless they have an agent, which, if we could all be so lucky as to have one of those, but we're not. Not all of us have one. But so we have to be our own agents. We have to kick our own selves in the ass, and we have to be willing to kick ourselves in the ass when no one else will. And that's what separates, the long-standing streamers from people who give up after a couple of months. Because it's tough to stay consistent. It is work to stay consistent, and it is challenging to be compelling and interesting as a person. And I'm not saying I have it all figured out. I don't have it all figured out. Well, what I can say is that for what I've done thus far, I think I've gotten pretty far, and I'm hoping to continue to be the kind of streamer that people can believe in.
You dropped a lot of nuggets in there that, if someone were to look up to you, if they were thinking about starting to stream, that you gave a lot of little diamonds throughout that whole entire spiel of things to expect as a streamer, as a content creator, as an entertainer, and, things to work on and be aware of to, be successful in building a community and all of that. Are there any other specific first-time streamer, if someone's like, I want to give this a shot, any little tidbits that you could give to a first-time streamer from your experience and from what you've been through, what you've been learning and working on that I think would help them?
Have a personality.
Yeah,
if you don't have a personality, you should not be in this business. If you yourself don't feel as though you have something to offer people, maybe you should look to something else, or at the very least explore the possibilities that may be out there for you. Like if you don't think if you think so little of yourself already, maybe don't become a streamer. If you're looking for friends, maybe don't become a streamer. I'm sorry. I'm like looking for friends leads to parasocialism. I know there are some streamers who have gotten into streaming. There are some people who've gone on the record to say, "Oh, I want to stream because I want to make friends. I don't have any friends, so let me stream. Maybe I'll have friends." I know there are people who sometimes start streaming because they want to make friends. I think that leads to parasocialism. And that also leads to relying so heavily on your community to the point of like being like inherently like emotionally attached to them. I think being emotionally attached to your viewership is unhealthy, just as it is unhealthy for any viewer to be emotionally attached to the streamer. I think it goes both ways. I think if you want to, okay, let me clear this up. Let me clear up my thoughts. If you don't have a personality and you think very little of yourself, maybe don't stream. If you want to stream to make friends, then maybe just do it as a hobby.
Right.
Like, don't take it very seriously. Just kind of do it as a hobby, do it for fun. And I think there are plenty of streamers who just stream for fun, and that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But if you actually have any ambition, and honestly, like you shouldn't get into acting. You shouldn't get into any form of entertainment with the expectation that you are going to succeed. First and foremost, expect to fail. Expect to fail. Don't go into it believing that you're going to just make this all work, because that's not the case for the majority of people. It's just not. The majority of people fail after a couple of months. They give up. They figure out it's not for them. There are only a small segment of people who actually stick with this. But I think there are two different kinds of streamers. There are the streamers who start doing it for fun, who just want to do it because they think it's interesting, but they have a personality, and they end up maybe growing their community. They get to a point of prominence, and maybe there's something there there's like a little bit of possibility there, and they're like, okay, wow, this is actually working. Like I'm like, people are actually coming through. They're sticking around. They're staying. Like this has potential. So there are streamers like that who start for fun and then figure out later on that this is actually working. That was me. I had no expectations going into this. Yeah.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't expect to fail, but I didn't have any expectations. So I think there's it's perspective. It's how you view things. It's how a person views things. So there are two types of streamers, like I was saying. One, the streamer who goes into it just to do it and see what happens. It turns out to be working, and then they continue to evolve and build on that idea. And then there's another type of streamer who goes into it thinking that they're going to be hot shit, and then they end up getting so wound up over the numbers. They get caught up in the statistics. They get caught up in like the parasocial aspect of with their viewership, and they become a slave ultimately to their community or whatever people that are there. Like they become desperate for their attention because it's the wrong. I think that's an incorrect mindset to have. And I believe those sorts of people who lean into it thinking that they're going to be successful and or go into it thinking that that basically they're cut out for this. Those are going to it wanting to make friends. I would say wanting to make friends, or thinking that they're just going to be successful out of the box. That ultimately leads to a poor perspective, and those are the people who usually end up quitting because their expectations that they had, because they saw their favorite streamer be successful, their expectations were shattered. It turns out they have no personality. They have no sense of humor. They have no aspect to the personality that's actually interesting. They have nothing that's interesting about them. And they just thought, oh, well, if they can do it, I can do it. And they went into it with that kind of mindset, thinking that they're just going to win. they're just gonna win the game. But the thing about it is that the majority of people don't end up successful in this business. Entertainment is extremely rough business. And of course, you shouldn't go into it think of it as entertainment. You shouldn't go into it thinking in that way. But you should go into it thinking that at the very least that maybe you have something to offer people. I think that as like a core value of someone who's starting out, that's how you should perceive it. There's something about me that is bursting to be shown to people. I believe that I can offer something that people need or that people want, and I understand and recognize my own intrinsic value, and I can use that to share that with others. And so, if you want to be a streamer, value yourself to the point where it's a little bit egotistical. You gotta be a little bit crazy. You gotta be a little bit crazy. You gotta be a little bit egotistical. But you have to value yourself to the point where you don't need your community to validate your existence. You don't need other people to validate your worth. You already know your worth. And so you're going into it knowing your worth. And you're bringing that to the people who are willing to give you a chance. Because there are tons of fucking streamers out there. There are tons of streamers out there. You don't have to. They don't have to watch you. None of you who are tuning in now have to be here. But you are. For one reason or another. And I'm grateful. But the fact of the matter is, no streamer should expect any viewer to be watching them. No one should expect anything from anyone. But there are people who go into it thinking that, oh, I'm gonna get a viewership and people are gonna watch me, it's gonna be great, it's gonna be a good time, and they sit at 2 or 3 viewers forever.
That's the majority of streamers, yeah.
Yeah, the majority of streamers are at 2 to 3 viewers. That is the average. That is the standard for most streamers. It is extremely uncommon to get past 10 viewers.
Preach.
So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Right.
And once you're in it, whether it's for VRChat or some other thing, or you're a variety streamer, or you just want to play one game or whatever, once you get into that, once you get into it, and it starts to become a thing that's like a part of your life, and you're growing your community, you're trying to build something, changing your mindset to perceiving it as you as the product, like you are the product, like I am the product, Nepherti is the product, and I am presenting that product to you, and that is what that is. Like that is what it is, and it is the value of that product. It is the value that you create as said product that will determine how successful you are. And again, I'm not saying I have this all figured out. I'm not saying that this is a guaranteed path forward. I'm saying that these are very core elements that I think people tend to miss out on and don't tend to think about when it comes to being a streamer, because they just kind of go into it. And I think you should go into it without any expectations. At the bare minimum, have no expectations. But if you love streaming and you love being entertaining and you truly believe that you have some level of value to offer other people and to the world at large, then stick with it. Stick with it and see where it goes. Because this doesn't happen overnight. Success does not happen overnight. It does not, unless you already had a pre-established viewership, a pre-established community on another website somewhere else. This does not happen overnight. I've known like a couple of streamers who have just been met with like rapid success right out of the gate because, you know, they either have very popular friends already who are in the streaming space, or they already have a pre-established community elsewhere that they just brought over and ported over to Twitch or whatever platform you're streaming on. Beyond those two scenarios, have no expectations. know your value, know your worth, and expect to be met with some hardship. Don't expect to succeed. But if you enjoy it and you believe in what you're doing, continue to stick with it. And that's what I did. I didn't always have viewers. Didn't always have viewers like this. But I believed that I had something that I could do. I believed that there was value in what I was doing and that there was purpose to what I was doing. And a lot of what I do is driven by this idea of purpose and meaning of my own life, of my own existence, and pursuing that, and the pursuit of that has led me here to be a streamer. And I try to inspire people and share that with people. But again, once you get into this business, which it is a business,
Right.
you need to be able to interact with people in a way that will hopefully, you need to be able to talk to people. You need to be able to talk to people and interact with people. You can't be in your own little bubble, even though I'd love to be my own little bubble. You gotta learn how to talk to people. You gotta learn how to communicate with people. So like that's another thing too. If you don't know how to talk to people, if you don't know how to talk to people in general, maybe
You're gonna
not
struggle.
become a streamer.
Yeah, you will.
Or
struggle.
become a
There's
mute.
lot of that.
Or be a mute. Be a mute. That's
I
an
feel like
option,
even
too.
as a mute, you still need some level of being able to talk to people, because most mutes
Yeah.
will communicate either through like a text on their screen or they'll chat like in chat directly. But you still need
Mhm.
that level of communication, and I feel like you also need an open mind.
Yes.
Because it can go either way. But definitely, I think you're right. Like starting off with no expectations, open mind, doing it for fun, is important. But I think another thing as well is that, dang, I had a really good point here. Another thing as well is that people tend to think that streaming is super easy compared to like normal work, and you touched on this a little bit earlier, and it is in some ways, it is, but it also has its own hardships, just like you said as well. And I feel like those hardships are more mental, because you are interacting with a lot of other different people with a lot of different maturity levels, a lot of different psyche, a lot of different thought processes and beliefs, etc. And that's tough, because you are trying to be a person that can kind of you're not always going to fit someone's cup of tea, right? You're never going to always be what someone wants or thinks is entertaining, but you do have to kind of like have this little face on to be successful. Like, what do you think about that?
I think there is value in people being their authentic selves. I think there's value to be found in that, but not so authentic to the point where you're telling every person every bit of your business, and they know just how miserable you are, just how bad your day has been. Like sharing that stuff on stream. I think, of course, it builds a rapport of understanding between you and your viewership. But I think I think being too transparent can be detrimental. I think there is a balance to be found between transparency and authenticity, and even putting on a face sometimes. Because we're at the end of the day, if you are a streamer, you are there to entertain people. People do not have to watch you. They are there for you are there for their entertainment. If people do not watch you, then I guess you're not entertaining enough. Maybe you should work on that. But they have no obligation. No one has any obligation to watch you. Whether you are a talker, whether you are mute, doesn't matter. What matters is how you present yourself and the content that you're creating. And obviously there are plenty of very successful people who are either talkers, who are mutes. There are very lots of successful people in the VR chat space who are very much they have found success in what they do. but I think that just comes with having a formula of how they want to present themselves and the kind of person that they want to present to their viewership. Who is the person that they want their viewership to see? What do they want their viewership to see and to hone in on? And that is what a streamer should focus on. You should focus on presenting what you want the people to see and not on anything else. Focus on, like, establish your perspective as an entertainer, as a content creator, whatever term you want to use. Focus on being who you are, whatever that means to you.
Right.
If that means, sharing
Don't
every
lose
tidbit
sight
of your life story, then do it. But I personally don't really believe that's wise. I think it leads to parasocial activities, because I think, like, the reason why I believe that being too transparent leads to parasocial activity is, it's like saying paranormal activity. It's kind of.
I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking that too.
Yeah, it's just a weird parallel between those two terms. But anyway, it's very much when your viewership gets too personal with you, I think that can lead to a false sense of like, oh, well, I can just DM this creator whenever I want, or I'm like, we're so cool, like I feel so close to the streamer that I can just reach out to them in their private spaces and like go to their private instances whenever I want to. Like, no. I think it is important to create a boundary. And again, like creating boundaries, setting boundaries between you as the content creator and the others as viewers. Of course, create atmospheres where they can around and hang out with you and spend time in a very social space. I think creating community events is very important. I suck at it, but healthy. I do it anyway. It's very, very healthy.
Right.
So I think that's good to do for your community, to create spaces where they can meet each other and they can meet you as the streamer. But I think going too far with it and being too open about your life and being too sad or being too emotionally inclined during your streams, I think can lead to a false sense of security and a false sense of connection when there needs to be some level of boundaries between the streamer and the viewer. And that is not to say at all that I don't feel connected to my viewership. I think I do. I think that's very, very important to feel, and that I think that they can relate to me because I've been very open with them about my life. And I think they can relate to me more so due to my personality, less so about my life story, about my emotions. I think creating a connection with them through your experiences and the value that you have to bring to them, and through the content that you're creating, I think is extremely important, extremely valuable. And that's why it's so important to know your worth, because I think people fall into this trap of being too open and too transparent with their emotions, with their viewership, to the point where they can't, the streamer can't even be themselves, because there's too much closeness. Their viewership has gotten too close, and they have these false expectations of you. And when you disappoint the expectations of your viewers, you lost them. They're gone. They're gonna leave. So you want to create an atmosphere where they can comfortably interact with you and feel connected with you through your experiences and you as a content creator, but also create boundaries where you can, where they can, feel connected to you, but at least know at the end of the day, you are the product, you are the entertainer, and that does not give them free reign to have access to you whenever they want. And creating that distinction right out of the gate, I think, is extremely important. And people who don't do that, I think, fall into a very difficult situation where they don't want to disappoint their viewership, and they don't want to disappoint the people who are giving them like big money because they feel so close to their streamer, because it then becomes a dependency. And that's when it gets scary. When money gets involved, that's when it becomes problematic. When you don't know how to create boundaries because you've put this expectation that they're supposed to just, love you and you love them and they're close to you, and there's this like symbiotic relationship between you and your chat, and it's all cuddly and warm and they love you and you love them. And then when they reach out to you, you spend all of your time interacting with your community and not enough time actually creating good shit. And maybe that's the angle you want to take. But I don't think that's sustainable. I don't think the parasocial angle is sustainable. Because eventually, someone will take it the wrong way. Somebody will get rubbed the wrong way. And I think that leads to really detrimental effects when it comes to like being a streamer and a content creator. From my perspective, personally. So, and that's really kind of my thoughts about, putting on having a persona that you put out, but also being authentic. You're not lying to your viewership about who you are. You're being real with them. But what they get on camera may not be. It should not be the entire picture of who you are as a person, by my estimation.
Right. No, I totally agree with everything that you just said. That is so true. It is much healthier to have a mindset like that when you're going into something like this.
But it's stressful. It's stressful.
It can be.
If you really get into this, it can be incredibly stressful to have to feel like you have to be so connected to every single one, every itty bitty one of your viewers. It's impossible. You can't do it. That's why it's not sustainable. Because eventually, if you do grow, you will become too big to give everyone that specific attention that they crave. And
Right.
that's where it gets dangerous. So
That's where you start to lose pieces of yourself because you're giving it away
Yeah.
to other people, And
exactly,
yes,
true.
that's a good thing to do, and that's what this is all about. You shouldn't give too much of yourself away because then
Yeah.
you run into issues later down the line where you do get much bigger, and then you have to give out more pieces and you feel empty. And
Yes.
that's where a lot of, I feel like, energy and stress, because again, like I said earlier, a lot of the challenges streamers go through is all mental. It's all emotion, not all emotional, but all up here, trying to keep everything together while also giving a piece of yourself to your community, but you can't give too much because then you'll go insane. Let's be honest,
Yeah.
you'll go crazy.
No one is built to be on camera. No one is built to be in this sort of industry. Our humans are not meant to be on camera, to be on social media, to be accessible by hundreds and thousands of people at once. That's not what we are built for. This is a new, unique situation that we are encountering. And obviously we are evolving, I think, backwards for all intents. I think we're evolving backwards because of all this. But I do think that we weren't built for this. So it's important to monitor your mental health, and it is a health issue, like you said. It's all about being healthy and being reasonable and just being honest with your community about what you can do and what you can give, and give just enough to be able to hopefully entertain them and to make them feel a little bit happier and brighten their day, make them smile, make them be happy that they caught you and they caught your stream. And that's really the best that you can really do. As long as you're achieving those goals and giving people a reason to watch you and see you and appreciate you, then that's all they really need. And, I say this while knowing that my community is watching me right now. And that's perfectly fine. I want them to know that, I care about them. But obviously, you're going to get what you're going to get from me. But if those of you who've met me off stream, you all know that I'm largely the same person. So yeah, that's basically where that comes from, and why I very much am where I'm very much I care about my community, and I think that's important to keep in mind So yeah, just kind of is how it is.
Are there, because we've talked about a lot of different topics tonight, some more in depth than others, but are there any, hobbies or things outside of streaming, outside of, acting and being an entertainer, learning Japanese? Are there any other interesting things about yourself that you wish that your community would know a little bit more about or may not know?
I would say that I've lived a very interesting, very varied life. There may be people who are new that may be tuning in, who maybe have not been around my streams very long, but I've lived a very, very varied, a very nuanced, a very creative, a very difficult, a very challenging life. I do not come from money. For all intents and purposes, I should have been a loser. I should have been eating that big fat L my entire life. So I was born in the ghetto. I was born around people who had no ambition. But thankfully, something within me always told me to strive towards something meaningful. Purpose has been an aspect of my life that has very much driven the kind of person that I am. And I think it's important for people to understand that about me. You may not understand everything there is to know about me because you don't know everything there is to know about me. So obviously you cannot understand all there is to know about me. But what I would hope that people who watch me and support me would understand is that all of what I do is hard won. I'm extremely grateful to people who have given me a chance to do what I do and to create the content that I do. Creating a podcast in VRChat is extremely avant-garde. I'm essentially shooting myself in the foot by doing something like this, but I do it anyway because I believe in what I'm here to do. And I believe in creating a space where people can express their ideas and their thoughts, while also enjoying a good ass shaking every so often.
Oh hell yeah!
So like I want people to understand that I'm more than just my body. I'm more than just my voice. I'm a brain. I'm a very, very well-to-do, strong woman who works out. I'm pretty toned. I did 180 squats during my stream last night. I work really hard. I stay in shape. I take care of myself, and I want to inspire people to be better every day. I do the podcast because I truly believe that there are amazing people here in VRChat that deserve to be highlighted. And I love what I do because I want to go against the grain. And I believe by doing what I do that eventually I will reap what I sow. And I'm trying to sow goodwill in as good of a way, as positive a way as I possibly can as a content creator. And I hope that you guys will see that and acknowledge that and continue to believe in me along this journey. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, I want to take a moment and say thank you for letting me host. I really wish that we had more time because I feel like we could just yap forever like we always do. But we do that anyways, so I won't be missing much. But before we head over to the Q&A section of today's show, you remember that time where I told you to look at the little thingy thing that I sent you in DMs? I want you to pull that up right now because I feel like you don't have it memorized. I wouldn't expect you to. But would you like to give us a little blessing of some ooh magic? Yep, this thing. Remember?
No, I don't remember that at all.
Really?
I don't remember that at all.
Well, you're about to do it for the first time right here, right now. Go.
Oh, okay.
Rar, uwu, xd, owo, meow, owo, nya, uwu, neko, owu, chan, tihi, uwu, owo, ehe, kawaii.
Oh hell yeah, we've been blessed. All right, bet. Thank you.
God damn.
Thank you for entertaining that.
I've lost brain cells. Okay, cool. Great.
I mean, hey, we had to end on a very light, funny note. Okay, all right.
All right. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I
think I
appreciate
succeeded.
it. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, I think this is about the time where we hand things off to Roonies, right?
Seems so.
I also feel like I may have lost a couple of brain cells listening to that. Haga, bois, and all that. What would have made it a lot better was if you also did like the hand motions as well, and just be like nya or something.
Yeah. I didn't know what I was reading. I was cold reading that, so I didn't know what to expect. So I didn't even know to do the hand motions or anything. So.
We're all here. You could redo it again and make us lose even more brain cells.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Dang.
Hey, I got to do
Haga,
it the
bois.
one time. I'm happy. Okay.
and we have it recorded too, and for all to see
Someone
for
clip
generations
it.
to
Someone
come.
clip it, please.
Haga, bois. Well, you're absolutely right. It is now the time, the portion of the segment where we do the Q&A for the night. And if you have any questions for Nepherti or even Rogue about in the audience or even over in the chats in how should I say in the Twitch chats, raise your hand or type in the chat. What you want to ask, and we'll do our darndest to give you a thing. Yes, Miss Meows, what do you have for us? You will be first.
Besides tonight, what do you feel like is your biggest milestone you've accomplished in your career of streaming so far?
Okay. Okay. No. Rooney. Go relay the question.
Oh.
Relay the question. Yeah.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. What would be your biggest accomplishment in streaming so far? This is for Neff?
Yeah,
biggest milestone, I think.
Biggest milestone,
Yes. Honestly, it was like reaching 1,000 followers in like less than like a year and a half was like that was pretty impressive. Actually I think it was like in less than I reached 1,000 followers in like a year, I think. No, I think the first like 2022, I think that was like, I want to say that was like maybe I got to maybe 700, 800 followers, and like a couple. I did like 15 streams in 2022 because I only streamed I was streaming only once a week in 2022, and I got to like 800 followers, and that was like mind blowing for me. That was wild. But I guess my biggest milestone would be I don't want to spout statistics, but I would say I guess as a streamer, I guess my charity streams. Participating in the Summer Slam this year. That was pretty unexpected. My community raised, along with, I matched them $200. I said if they reached at least $200, I would match them up to $200. So my community raised $675, I believe. I believe that was the amount. And then I added $200 of my own money. So raising nearly $900 for children and their families who are in the hospital, so that they can be able to game while they're in intensive care in the hospitals. Being able to participate in that as my first charity collection of streams, I think that was really, really special. It really showed me that my community actually believes in me and wants to do good for others. Again, we're a biker tribe, so I think we have the best interests of people in mind, and I think that's great. Being able to achieve that, I think, was really, really special, and it allowed me to truly believe in what we can potentially do as a community in the future. So that was really, really good. I think that was a great milestone.
Heck yeah. Well, definitely one that's very commendable for all of those chillins out there. Do we have another question for the audience, maybe? Or maybe from the chat? Oh, we got a Santa dog over here. What is your best pizza toppings for both of you? I know what mine is. It's cursed. Nobody's gonna like mine.
It's sausage and green peppers. Sausage and green peppers can't go wrong, or beef and green peppers. That's my go-to.
I think my favorite toppings would be Italian sausage with pineapple.
All right.
And maybe a dollop of pesto as well.
Ooh. A woman of culture with the pineapple. I love pineapple on my toppings.
Pineapples. Yeah.
Always.
Pineapple on pizza.
I love pineapple.
It's delicious. Okay, I'll die on that hill.
So what was your question, Rudy?
Oh, that was their question. or are you talking about my toppings?
No, you asked a question before. Like before that question. Like what was your biggest? I think your. Were you?
Oh no, it was the milestone thing from the audience.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then. Okay.
But
so... No, go ahead.
I guess in the if I may ask a question, if there's no other. Oh wait, we have another one. Another question from the audience. From a shoe. What language? Typing. What language would you learn next?
I'm actually
on
currently
top of
learning
Japanese.
German.
Ooh.
And I also there was a point in time where I was actually learning Chinese, but I've skimped on that. So I'm focusing on German right now.
Oh yeah.
Excellent question.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for you, Neff, and it might be a better insight into your previous topic about the streamer life and the culture and all that. On the day-to-day, on the regular, while going through the normal streaming, how should I say? When doing the act of the job of streaming, what keeps you going? What is the driving motivator? What is the thing that helps you really push through those days that may not even be the best days? Because I know we all have those bad days, but you keep going. What is that one thing that keeps you going every day? What is the one idea that you like to have in your mind?
Passion. I love what I do. I'm extremely passionate about being an entertainer. This opportunity to be an entertainer and to express myself in a variety of creative ways has been it brings everything that I've learned, both in business, both in life, both in my work experience, both in my creativity. It brings everything that I've ever accumulated over the lifespan that I've been alive to bear, and it's exciting. It's fun, and I'm driven by the sheer passion of just enjoying what I do and being an entertainer. Like I said, I've been in entertainment since I was a child. ultimately, not like in a public sense, but like in my school experiences, I've been very very active, performative wise, and even during the times where I was involved in at my church, when I did go to church, which I don't do anymore, but when I was involved in that, I was even doing performative stuff there too. So what keeps me going is just the desire to succeed, and my desire to never have to work a regular job again. I've worked many jobs. I've had many experiences. I've worked in a variety of different occupations. I have done my due diligence. I have worked for most of my life, and now I get to work while also having a really great time doing it. So it is my passion for what I do as a content creator, and it is my desire to avoid ever having to work a 9 to 5 ever again, because I love what I do, and it's extremely fun, and I'm very lucky. So yeah.
We're all trying to live the dream, aren't we?
I have a
question.
One way or another, yeah.
One way, well, we're all gonna make it. We just gotta keep going. I love that. That passion, that drive. There is we have a question from chat, actually. Let me see here. I have it right here from Rick James. For all three of us, what is it about VRChat that you like the best? And I believe you touched upon this earlier in the stream, Neferti. But what is it that draws you into this place? I guess specifically about VRChat.
It's the people. I love the creativity. I love the experiences that can be had that you can't have these sorts of experiences anywhere else. And VRChat enables people to have amazing experiences, meaningful experiences in a space where it is practically unimaginable in any other space. So VRChat allows people to have these sorts of just surreal encounters that will ultimately, if they're meaningful enough, they will stay with you for the duration of your life. And VRChat enables us to, on our own terms, have something of a technologically magical experience. And it's a beautiful thing. We're very lucky to be alive in this time, in this age. And so I think it's we're very lucky, and we should not take that for granted. Technology is only going to get better, but I do think that for all of us who are engaged in VRChat and have been in VRChat, these experiences will stay with us. It is a second life, and I think it's worth acknowledging as such. So it's the control to, it's the ability to have meaningful, wonderful, memorable experiences in this space, as long as we are willing to put ourselves out there and to just have an open mind to be willing to allow ourselves to experience the good fortune that we are all fortunate enough to experience.
To build upon what Neff just said, earlier she mentioned that there are a bunch of different people that interact with VRChat. I am a type of person that likes to world hop and look at different worlds, because I enjoy the creative side of VR. It's a different type of space that allows people to be creative in a 3D way, which is neat in my opinion. So I like to see things from the more technological side, because I am an engineer, so I always like to see how things work, and learning things like that is really cool, that you can actually experience something that new and fresh, especially when it comes to like the rave scene. I'm a big raver. All of my dewdrops know that, and And this is a great way to be able to go to a rave, not have to pay as much money as going to a more traditional music festival, and still experience, that human connection that we're all looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it's kind of a mix of the both of you guys. Being able to go and see the creativity on display in what people make in 3D modeling and the worlds that you can explore and get really immersed into it. Is one aspect, and as Neff was saying, also the connections that we make here in VR chat, because while it is a medium where anybody can look like whatever they'd like to be, there's still that interpersonal connection that you can build up. And as somebody who didn't quite have a lot of friends before VR chat, this was a nice change of pace, that I was able to connect with so many people who are just like me in whatever aspects of it that we connect with, whether it be video games or the communities that we find ourselves in. And that's what keeps me coming back over and over again, because I like people and I like seeing things with people. So it's more of it just keeps me hooked in here, to see the endless possibilities of what we can see and experience within this realm that we find ourselves in. And I think that's wonderful. That's why I like VR chat.
Agreed. There was a question. There was a question up there.
I was just about to say, Dieter actually in chat
I
also
missed
said
it.
something before, but someone did say something over here too.
From Rezi, where do you see yourself in the next 3 years?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, this is typically a question that I ask my the people who I bring on my podcast, so that's a pretty common question.
Mhm.
I don't know where I want to see myself, but I know where I would like to. I have an idea of where I would like to be. Where I am in the world, I have no idea where that will be. But in terms of my lifestyle and my career, I'd like to still be doing this. I think this has a lot of potential. That's why I've invested so much of my time and energy into making this a reality. A reasonable thing that I've built, and have put a lot of time and effort into sustaining and maintaining. So in 3 years, I ideally would like to be a much more. I'd like for the podcast to have a lot more momentum. I'd like for a lot more people to know about the podcast. I think that would be really, really great. I think that'd be really wonderful to have happen. As a streamer, obviously I'd like to keep doing what I'm doing, and just keep building on what I'm doing. I want to obviously continue to grow. If I can continue to double my stats, then in 3 years, that would ultimately mean that I would be somewhere in the vein of. Do some quick math for 8, 16. Like in 3 years, it'd be really great to be somewhere in the vein of like. I'd like to be over 10k followers, I guess you could say. I'd like to continue to exponentially grow in that way, and to be able to use my platform as a means to continue to inspire people and just create really, really wonderful, cool, fun, entertaining experiences. So that's really where I would want to be. I think maybe I'd like to, I guess, live somewhere better. I think it would be really, really nice to live in a nice neighborhood for once. A lot of my life has been spent living in the ghetto. So, if I am so fortunate as to have overwhelming support for the content that I create, I'd like to be able to invest that into a place where I can, have a much better lifestyle and still be able to like have a much better space and have much better technology to continue to evolve my what I present as a content creator. And also, I would very much like to continue to keep up with the times. I'd like to upgrade the technology that I use and continue to just be an inventive, very real, very down to earth kind of content creator and streamer with all the really cool technology that's out there and that's being developed even now. So basically, to kind of summarize, if I can summarize, I want to continue to evolve my content to the point where I can have any technology that I need to present that to entertain my audience. I want to continue to grow exponentially to the point of having 10K followers or more. And I want to continue to just be very, very. I want to continue to stay relevant and stay on top of things. So that's kind of what I was yeah, that's kind of what I would want to do. I would like to move. I'd like to move someplace nicer. So I don't have to live in the ghetto, and I can just be in a nicer place in general. If I'm so fortunate. But we'll see.
We can only hope. I believe in you.
Thank you, Rooney. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have more questions from the audience, or maybe some in chat that I may have missed?
There was
big
one
hearts, Santa dogs.
from Dieter Bust, I think right above what Rick James asked.
Okay.
Let's see here. Do you have any plans to interview on your podcast in a language other than English?
No. I don't. I don't. No. That would be a little bit too strenuous to do. I guess it would be nice to have a little bit more comprehension in German, since I am learning German right now. I would like to have more comprehension in that. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like that. But yeah. Basically, that would be what I would want ideally. But I don't have any plans to interview someone in a different language now. Probably just English. Yeah.
Be pretty neato though. Rez, you had a question.
Please, that's dope.
How do you measure success as a streamer? Is it follower count, community growth, or something else, in your opinion?
I mean, that's a tricky one. That's a very, very tricky one. I think how one measures growth is subjective. I think it's different for every streamer. I don't think there's any one way to measure growth. But if you're asking about how I measure it, then I can talk about that. I think it's very much. It comes down to concurrent viewership. How often are people coming back? Is the number of people who keep coming back going up? So the concurrent viewership is that's one stat, but there's also average viewers that I typically look at, and that's really the only stat that I typically look at. Average viewership that's like the only stat that aside from followers, but even then I don't really care about followers all that much. I mean, it's more so in terms of growth and success, retaining viewership and retaining viewership over the span of a certain period of time. I think is a good measure of success. What I tend to do is I will look over my stats over a 3-month period. I think taking a quarterly approach, like many businesses do, taking a quarterly approach to what it is that I do and what I'm creating and how well I'm doing, I think 3 months is a very good barometer to get a sense of what you're doing over the course of that period of time, and how that's really kind of shaping up over the long haul. Like, are things actually changing? Are the numbers improving? Is there something that I can do to improve what I'm doing as a streamer, or is maybe a certain game not working? So yeah, I typically use concurrent viewership and average viewers over a 3-month period to determine if I am finding, I guess, a level of success in what it is that I'm doing and what I'm trying to build. Obviously, success over a long period of time is good. It's good to have, but I'm not really looking to get comfortable. I remain uncomfortable at all times. Because if you are uncomfortable, that means that there is room to grow. There is wiggle room. So I choose to remain uncomfortable and to continue to improve on my process and the style in which I present content and the level of creative ideas that I can use to ultimately keep those concurrent viewers and average viewers going up. But I guess success as a whole really kind of boils down to just those two aspects, but also did I have a good stream? Did I have fun? Do I feel like people were engaged? I mean, if we're talking about success in terms of a single stream, I'm talking about success over a longer period of time. But if we're just talking in a very micro manner, I would say did I have fun? Do I feel good about this stream? Did I feel engaged? If I looked over my VOD, do I feel like I would want to watch my own VOD? I think those are I gave you kind of a macro and a micro viewpoint on how I view success in my from my perspective.
Definitely a lot of things to think about. For sure. Let's see here. We have another question here. Oh, wait, hold on. Tan or no Tam?
Tan or no Tan? I mean, obviously Tan. Yeah, hell yeah. I see you, Sumi. Yeah, obviously Tans are hot. Sorry, they're pretty hot. I'm all for it. I feel that was a biased answer. I'm sorry.
Let's see here. See, Tuxedo typing over there. Let's see here. Thoughts on... Give it a moment. Typing. VR typing Gober. We have also a lot of questions coming in. Let's go.
That's great. I'm glad there are a lot of questions. We have a good bit of time, so I'm hoping we can get to all of them.
Thoughts on surrounding yourself with active friends? Ellipses. Surrounding yourself with active friends who share common interests. What are your thoughts of what are your thoughts of surrounding yourself with active friends who share common interests?
I think that's one of the most important things anyone can do. I mean, that's how you make friends. You make friends and you meet new people by surrounding yourself with people who share similar interests than you, and I think being able to remain friends with people who you find common ground with, and even if you don't find common ground with them, if you do find interests in them, if you do actually if you feel connected with them in some shape or form, even if you don't agree on everything, I think that's a very, very healthy thing for anyone to do. You absolutely should seek out people who share common interest and I think that's the best thing for anyone. And VRChat makes that extremely easy to do. One of my first introductions to doing that was through No Time to Talk. I went to No Time to Talk, and it basically pairs you with people who have common interests or similar interests as you. So VRChat makes it very, very easy to find people with similar interests, and all you have to do is be willing to look, and most importantly, be open to communicating with people who you may not have met before. Be open, be approachable, and be willing to learn and to communicate. And I think you'll have a you have a much better time overall in life and in making friends. So yeah.
Very much life advice, not just in VRChat or streaming. Mm-hmm. So we have a question from Nomia. Is what do you feel like? What did it feel like when you started streaming at a very small number versus how it feels now where you're at?
Well, the thing about that is, don't look at the number. I still don't look at the number. I mean, while I'm streaming, I do not look at the number. I find that's a distraction, and I think it takes away from being entertaining. So I don't look at that number at all. I don't see how many people are watching me at any given point in time. The difference between then and now for me is there is very little difference because I approach it the same way. The only difference is I have people who are engaging with me more in chat, and that is always a wonderful thing to see. I appreciate the interactions that I get from chat. I love people talking to me and sharing me their thoughts. But even if no one is talking in chat, it is not up to my chat to keep me entertaining. It is up to me as a streamer to be entertaining. And so, regardless of how many people are watching me, even if, people who are watching me, like 5 people are watching me when I first started, 500 people may be watching me in the future. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me most is providing an experience that is memorable and entertaining and something that I can be proud of. So, I would suggest to anyone who is a smaller streamer in general to not get hung up on the numbers. Do not get hung up on the numbers, and only use the statistics as a means to improve what you're already doing, or to use it as a means to understand: is this working? Is that working? Is that not working? Use it as a way to modify your approach to streaming, not as an actual way to determine your worth. Don't let your worth be defined by the numbers of viewers that you have. That is the worst thing you can do. Find your value and your worth within yourself. Do not pay attention to that number while you're streaming. Focus on the content that you are creating, and not about how many people are engaging with you. Not many people, like, I fall into this trap too. I sometimes pay attention to people, how many people are in my chat and talking to me in chat. I sometimes fall into that trap myself. I do. It's very easy to fall into that trap when you're used to just your chat kind of just rolling. It can be very, very easy to fall into that trap. But in generally speaking, focus on your content and being very, very meticulous about the content that you are creating, and focus on being entertaining and engaging. Pretend like you have 200 people watching you at all times. Always present yourself as if you have a ton of people watching you, and you will be fine. There will be no
Some
difference.
pretty sound advice. Our friend Ziggy also has a question. Out of the last 49 podcasts that you have done, do you have a moment that you enjoyed the most whilst doing said podcast?
A moment. Wow.
Anything that sticks out?
Well, I don't want to suffer from recency bias, want to suffer from that. So I'm trying to think way, way back.
You've come a long way and talked to a lot of people.
Yeah. A moment that stands out to me. I guess I don't think I have a really specific moment. I try to take all of my interviews in stride and find the value in the time that I spend with each of the people that I interview. I that's really my goal. That's my intention. I want every interview to be a memorable time, memorable moment that is shared. But I guess like I think it's very much just being able to I guess yeah, that's a really hard question. That you're telling me to like choose between all of my guests, and there's a lot that was talked about, a lot that's been said. I guess like if I can't pinpoint a moment in one of my podcasts, I can pinpoint a general moment in just doing the podcast. I guess getting to a point where I felt more confident to reach out to more people and to reach out to people who were outside of my general circles. Like once I started kind of reaching outside of my immediate circle of influence and being able to bring people on who I didn't initially know and wasn't initially friends with, when I started kind of doing that sort of thing, instead of just kind of like, looking at my friend group in general, that to me, that was pretty memorable. To be able to feel comfortable and established enough to reach out to people outside of my friend group and them being willing to come onto my podcast and being willing to say, hey, I've done this many podcasts, I've talked to this many people. You're going to have a very good time. You will be taken care of. All will be well. All you have to do is sit there and be amazing. That's it. That's all you have to do. I will do all the work. And to be able to say that comfortably and confidently, and to have the opportunities that have been given to me to kind of talk to a wide variety of people outside of my immediate friend group was, I think, pretty memorable. A pretty memorable moment in the span of me being a content creator and doing the Sweet Talking podcast.
Wowzers! Getting thoughts from all different kinds of folks from all over the place. Oh no, from all walks of life. Helps us be more worldly. Kane. Kane has a question from chat. If you had the chance to interview yourself, what would be the first question you'd ask yourself, and why?
Why are you such a cold-hearted bitch?
Damn.
Going straight for the jugular.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you have to be, Answer the question as
now,
well. Huh? What?
Now, and now, why would you ask yourself that question?
Because it's honest. Yeah, it's very much like you have to when you learn to love yourself, you have to be kind to yourself, but you also have to take into effect that sometimes you just have to be very real. You have to be very honest with yourself about who you are as an individual. You have to be able to look at yourself and look at the flaws that you have and be able to ask yourself the hard, real-ass questions. Because if you're unable to do that, you will not reach a point of being able to love yourself wholeheartedly. You will always hesitate, you will always find fault in yourself, and you will lose confidence in who you are as an individual because you're incapable of accepting the aspects of yourself that are just terrible. and you have to be able to embrace those aspects of yourself in order to, like why am I such a cold-hearted bitch? Because I think sometimes you kind of have to be. Sometimes people don't really get you and won't really understand you until you kind of show them your true colors. And I don't actually think I'm a cold-hearted bitch, but I know that I am extremely capable of being one. And I am one because I think that in order to be real and honest with myself about who I am as a person, I kind of have to I have to allow myself to just look at myself wholeheartedly and be like, yeah, I can be really mean sometimes. I can be really, really ruthless sometimes. But the thing is, I am only that ruthless when it comes to people who deserve it. So as long as the person doesn't deserve it, then they're not going to see that. But if they deserve it, you're goddamn right they're going to experience it. And that's just what it is. So yeah, there's your answer. Sometimes you gotta be real. People won't get it otherwise. They think they can just walk all over you and do whatever they want to you. Sometimes you gotta be real. And let them know that you will not be their doormat.
Preach.
Oh, hell yeah. For real. That is real. I fuck with that. I like that.
I like that too. I think we had a question in the.
Yeah.
Forgive me if I'm mistaken. I think we have a question from the audience. Oh no, never mind. We do have another question from graduate. No, hold on. From Rezi again. What is the one thing you've done to step out of your comfort zone as a creator, and how did it pay off?
I mean,
That's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question. I mean, ASMR. I could answer the question saying doing the charity. Doing the charity was a big step outside of my comfort zone, but I've already talked about the charity. I've already talked about that. So I'll give you a different answer instead of giving a repeat answer. ASMR was a style of content I never thought I would do. I'm a little too rough around the edges. I'm a little too real. I never thought I would do anything related to ASMR, but I wanted to give it a try because I thought that, I think that I have a lot of philosophical ideas that I think can be shared. I think there are many people in my community who need a space where they can feel comforted and feel at peace. Because I know that there are a lot of guys in my community. My community is like, I would say maybe like 95% dudes. So like I know that there are a lot of guys who do not get kind of comfort and reassurance that they need, and I think there are a lot of guys who need that in their lives, and there's no way for them to receive it any other way. So I wanted to try out ASMR because I thought that would be a great way to not only create a new form of content, but also to provide an aspect of creativity and reassurance to my community to nurture them in just a very succinct setting, while also being the bad bitch that I am, but also being able to like nurture them and take care of them, and because it can be really, really lonely out there sometimes, especially for guys. It can be very, very lonely out there. So I wanted to create a space where people can feel comfortable to express their thoughts, to be open, to fall asleep, to maybe even shed a few tears, to just be real and honest about what it means to live and to be alive and to just be a person in this very, very difficult, trying world where it can be very, very rough for a lot of people in general. So I wanted to create a space for that for my community. So that was me kind of stepping out of my comfort zone because I didn't think I'd ever make ASMR content. Didn't think I could really do it very well because, again, my personality. But at the end of the day, I was surprised, and I'm grateful that my community has supported me in the content that I do and in doing that sort of ASMR content.
By the way, you have a very lovely voice.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have just about facts. We have just about enough time for 2 more questions. So I already see one more right here, and this is from Apple, from Graduate Apple. My question is, ever wondered how many people over the span of 2, almost 3 years you have impacted positively for Apple? The last 2 years by you. In addition to Rogue and Rooney, hello, I'm Rooney. So many have, and so many have made it the best time ever. Have you ever pondered the impact that you have had in the last 2 to 3 years that you've had on people? That's the question.
Okay. I don't really ponder that sort of thing. Because I think it's much more effective for people to ask the question, or to rather not ask the question, but to convey that to me. If I've impacted you in a positive way, tell me that. There's no point, I think that just kind of leads into parasocial like thinking, and to or even not even that, but also like narcissism. Like, oh, I've done all these great things and all these people admire me and love me. I don't think about it because I don't want to become egotistical. Or to the point where it becomes like obnoxious. You have to be a little bit egotistical to do this kind of work. You have to believe in yourself in that like crazy way, to do this sort of thing. So I don't get caught up in like who I believe I have impacted. I simply do my best to be impactful, and to be memorable, and to create meaning and in the content that I do. And if anyone has positively benefited from anything that I've done, please tell me, because I'm not going to assume. That's just not something I'm going to do. I think it's healthier for me not to do that as a content creator, because I don't want to get so full of myself that I believe that I've changed so many people's lives, because you never really know how many lives that you've truly impacted or changed until, it's too late anyway. So, don't let it be too late. Tell me if I have.
Oh, Agabwa. You've touched so many people positively, Neph. Just being yourself, and that's the best thing, I think. We have a time for one more question. I think I saw a question over here in the audience. No? Possibly? Speak now or forever hold your peace? Okie dokies. I got one from chat as well. Let's see here. We're gonna go in order. Let's see here. For our last question, we will go with let's see here. We will go with Rick James, because we're going in order. For the 3 of you, what is your thoughts on the Netflix movie Klaus? If you've seen it, is it that animated
I've
one,
not seen that.
or is that the one with, or is
I have
that the
no
one
idea
with
what
The
that
Rock?
is. I have no clue.
I have no idea what that is. Yeah, sorry.
If it's the animated one, I love it. It's great. We can do another question after this one. That was a quick one. Sorry, I like it. We have time. Gotcha. Hagabwa. All right, from Nomi. Will there be a change on your way of making content, or just content in general, in the future? If there is, will it be good? Will it be a good idea to change it? This is a question for all 3 of us.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
So, in the content that we're making, will there be a change in our way of making that content in the future? Or is there, and if there is going to be a change in the content that we make in the future, will it be a good idea to change it? This is a very interesting way to phrase this question. So I believe they're asking,
Yeah.
do you think it's a good idea to change your content, or to keep going with what you got going now? What are your thoughts on that?
I would say, don't change what works. But I would also say, be willing to experiment if something isn't working. Do what you do what works. I don't think you should change it, but I do think that if something distinctly isn't working, you should be willing to change that. Will I change anything that I'm doing in my own content? I've tried different things. Like I am still trying out new ways of presenting VRChat content. I recently tried something new with doing React content in VRChat to videos related to VRChat. So that's a new thing that I'm trying. People seem to like that too. People tend to hear my thoughts about things. So I'm not changing what works. I know what works. I know what gets the results that I'm looking for. So I'm not looking to change that, but I am looking to always continue to evolve what I'm doing, and so that it doesn't get stale, so that I stay creative and I stay nimble to continue to make stuff that I can be proud of and have fun with. I want to have fun making content. I don't want it to be work. I want it to be fun. And so if I think something will be fun, I will take the risk. I will try it for 2 or 3 streams. I'll give it a go, see how it goes, see how it lands, as get feedback from chat, and I'll make a decision on myself. I'm not going to leave it to my chat to determine what content that I do. Whether it's a good idea or not comes down to the streamer. It's not up to the chat to determine what is good and not good. Obviously their influence and their actions will speak for themselves as to what they like watching and what they enjoy tuning into, and you should be cognizant of that. But if what they like from you isn't something that you like doing, then that's a problem, and that's a disconnect between you and your viewership. So you need to fix that. You need to fix that disconnect and work through that so that you can give them the content that they want, but also content that you yourself can be proud of doing. And I think that's really the only reason why anyone should change their content by any means. It's either that something isn't working, or that there is something that you are not having fun doing anymore. And if you're not having fun making content, if you're not having fun streaming, then that alone is that's you're writing your own your own obituary at that point. If you're not having fun doing what you're doing, so always be nimble, always be willing to try new things, and be confident in the content that you are making, and be confident that you are having fun with it. And if you are having fun with it, your audience will likely have fun with it too. But let it be something that matters to you and that you're having fun with too.
I would like to echo on that a little bit. I don't really see myself really changing the content that I'm doing, because at the current moment right now, at least on my channel, I'm doing a lot of new things already that I can't fully analyze that this is a good thing, this is a bad thing, this is not helping, or my community is not enjoying this, because it's still new, with raids and ASMR, just like Neph, it's all new. I'm still experimenting and growing with it. In my personal opinion, it's been doing really well, so I don't want to break something that works already,
My thoughts on it would be that piggybacking a little bit of what you've already mentioned, I believe that as long as you're having fun with the content that you are creating, and doing something that makes you yourself unique, as you're having fun with it, that's the most important thing. For me, am I going to change my content? Maybe a little bit, as Neff was saying, experiment a little, see what works, see what doesn't work. It's always good to experiment, but also you find something that you like that seems to be really working. Definitely just push on to that, don't stay comfortable with what you're doing. As Neff was saying, always be a little bit uncomfortable, because that's how you learn, that's how you grow. for the current future for me, I'm gonna stay onto the track that I'm going, but I'm also going to still be experimenting here and there with what I can do in the future. But my main focus is that I always have fun with what I'm doing, because if you're not having fun with it, that's not the goal. Have fun with the content that you're making in the long run, I believe. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I have one more.
Successful.
I have one more thing to just quickly add to that. Don't do like if something is working, and you're not having fun with it, don't keep doing it just because it's working.
Yep, that is a big one. Because you'll be
Let me say that
miserable.
again. Yeah, let me say that again. Don't keep doing something that is working if you're not having fun with it. Even if it is working, if you're not having fun with it, don't keep doing it. You will be miserable. You will not enjoy it because you are doing it just because it works, and you will lose your creativity. You will lose your soul in the process by doing that. So
Right.
don't keep doing something just because it's working if you're not having a good time doing it.
Right. It should always come down to like you are enjoying what you're doing, because at the end of the day, you are the centerpiece of the content that's being made. You are not happy with what you're making. If you are not able to look at your VOD and re-enjoy what you've created that day, then you've lost the point of why you became a streamer in the first place. It should always start with, I want to do this because I have fun and I enjoy it. If you lose that, then you're gonna not like the thing that you liked in the first place, and that's not something anyone really wants.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, I believe that is all the time that we have for our questions for today. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's event. So thank you all in our lovely studio audience, and also those of you who are in stream, who are in chat, for coming along with us, for being such a wonderful guests to the 50th podcast for tonight. And with that, I'll throw it to Nepherti to help us wrap it up.
Right. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank everybody, whether you're in chat or in the audience. I want to thank all of you very, very much for coming to my 50th episode. I really do appreciate that. I've been planning this for 2 months, but I already knew I wanted to do this around episode 40. I knew I wanted to do something. I want to do something really cool, really memorable for episode 50. So thank you guys for making it memorable. Thank you guys for supporting what I do and continuing to just be here for the content that I create. I really can't do this without you. These things don't matter. They don't matter as much without you guys. So thank you very much for your support. I want to take a quick moment to thank Rogue, Miss Rogue, Miss Rogue _ on Twitch. Thank you very much for being my host. I appreciate it so much. I knew you'd do great, and you did wonderfully. So thank you very much for that, and for all that you did to make this a success. So thank you for that.
Of course.
Yeah, and to Rooney, I've seen he's a very funny guy, very animated guy. I think he's a great MC, a great personality, and a friend of mine that I've come to know over the last year or so. Ever since I interviewed him, because I've interviewed both Rooney and Rogue, so I knew that he'd be perfect as an MC. So thank you very much for
Thank you for the
accepting and being willing
opportunity.
to help me out with this. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Chels. I know Chels has been in and out, but Chelsea-chan has been handling the music. Okay, there he is. Chelsea-chan is in the back right there, back row. Thank you very much, Chels, for doing the visuals and for handling the background music for tonight's event. I sincerely appreciate that. It really, like, music is everything, and the mood is everything, and I'm really grateful that you're willing to take on this challenge and help me out with this project. It really means a lot to me. So thank you for that. Really do appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. To Santa, who has been handling the lighting, and also Chels did help out with helping behind the scenes and kind of guiding the show behind the scenes. That was a last minute thing, but thank you very much, Chels, for like directing, orchestrating things so everyone knew where they had to be. Thank you very much for just helping out with that and being willing to take that on last minute. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. Santa has been handling the lighting. Santa actually helped me to plan out the initial run of show. So Santa's not only been helping out with lighting and like the controlling of everything in this world, but also been helping me with getting everything kind of initially set up, with getting this whole thing planned out. Question mark. But yeah. I really do appreciate Santa for his experience, or his expertise in theater work, and just helping to assist with guiding everyone and setting up everything and making sure that all the lighting is good and everything is kind of flowing in a very kind of orchestral sense. It gave that really strong sense of it actually being like an event, where like it was like a talk show type thing. So couldn't have done it without you, Santa. You really helped me out in the early stages, and of course in tonight. So thank you very much. And I'm not sure if Ariel is still here. I'm not sure if Ariel is still here, but I know Ariel is also controlling the the cameras. So Ariel is actually the one who is right. So, well, yeah, obviously that's true. Ariel has been the one controlling my stream. Basically, so that I did not have to do the camera work like I normally do for my podcast. Ariel has essentially been streaming from their setup, and doing the camera work and everything. So that has not been me. That was Ariel Emerald, who is a very prolific filmographer. A VR filmographer. Please check out Ulterior Motives. If you have not done so, please check it out. They've created really, really wonderful work. And also they made a music video this year called Like Crazy. You can find both Ulterior Motives and Like Crazy on YouTube. Look them up. You will not be disappointed. They are great pieces of work, and there's more yet to come from her. So please do check them out, and support what she's doing. I really do appreciate Ariel taking on tonight's filming, camera work and stuff. I really do appreciate that so much. So thank you very much for taking the time. And to all of you badass individuals in the audience, both in chat and here in this instance, thank you all so much for joining me for tonight. Tonight isn't anything without you guys supporting me and supporting what I do. This is just the beginning. I would like to do more stuff like this. I have more ideas for large-scale events. There are things I'm looking to do and things I want to create, for not just the people that are close to me, but also to people who are just interested in being a part of something really, really cool. So thank you all so much for that. I'm very much, very, very grateful to you guys. Very, very much. For all that you've done for me, and I hope I can continue to do great stuff like this in the future with your support. So thank you very much. I am terrible at collaborative stuff, but everyone who was involved in tonight's production, essentially, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for dealing with me and putting up with me and just being willing to work with me. I sincerely appreciate that. I do my best, but I'm glad that we can make tonight a pretty solid success. So I'm looking forward to doing more. And with that out of the way, Did you want to say something, Rooney? Oh, thank you, Rooney.
Hog of war.
Yeah.
We love you.
Oh,
true.
please. Yeah. But yeah, please be on the lookout for more stuff. I have like 2025 is going to be a stellar year. I have very good feeling about 2025. And if we can do this, if I can put this together, I am confident that we can do something even cooler next year. So I hope you guys will be on the lookout for it. But I think that is all that we have. Thank you all so much for tonight. I really appreciate each and every one of you, and I think I'm gonna let you all go. But thank you all so much for tonight. Thank you for being here for my 50th episode. I really appreciate you guys, and I will see you all in the next one, I guess. So take care, be well, have a wonderful rest of your Friday night. I'm thank you so much to my mods. Oh my gosh, my mods. Thank you, mods. Thank you so much for being here. Holy shit, thank you, mods. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's terrible. I'm terrible. Oh, I'm so bad at this. But yeah, thank you. Thank you to all of my mods who have been here. Some of them are here in the audience. Sumi, Ziggy, Ray, Apple was here earlier. Thank you all so much. And if there's any other mods that I miss that are in the chat, because I'm not looking at chat, thank you guys for being here too. I really appreciate the support and being here in the audience as well. If you can get like a, no, we won't do that. But yeah, thank you so much, you guys, for supporting me tonight, and I'm hoping that we can do something really cool again very, very soon. So, enjoy the rest of your Friday night. I think we're going to call it here. I will be here to chit-chat for about, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick, but I'll be here to chit-chat with those of you who are here in the instance for a little bit if you'd like to. That's totally up to you. You can peace out if you'd like, but I'll be hanging around for about an hour or so if you'd like to hang out. Chels, you're more than willing. If you'd like to do a little bit more music and keep the vibe going, it's totally up to you. It's your choice. But I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and I think we're gonna wrap up the stream. We are gonna wrap up the stream though. So again, thank you all so much for tonight. Thank you to everyone who made this night possible. Thank you all so much for 50 episodes, and I look forward to 50 more. So I'll see you all in the next stream. Thank you all so much. Thank you to everyone who's been here. You all are badass as fuck. See you all very, very soon. And with that, we'll call it there.